Chapter 42. Seeing this, Nian Bing couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "This must be the plain, tremor method that her master had mentioned." Cha Ji had once mentioned to Nian Bing that in making noodles, there was a most profound method called the plain tremor method. Even Cha Ji himself didn't know how to make noodles. Through the plain tremor method, one could continuously increase the toughness and ductility of the noodles during the collision with an even force. The plain tremor method couldn't be more suitable for thin noodles. However, Nian Bing was a little worried. If the noodles were folded by another layer, would they be cooked because they were too thin when they were put into the water? Finally, the vibration of the noodles was maintained until the moment the water in the iron pot boiled. Ming Hui suddenly left the chopping board, pulled out her left hand like lightning, and raised her right hand high, making the 4,096 noodles completely suspended in the air. Her left arm blocked the middle of the noodles, and her right hand caught the noodles with the noodles. In the process of stretching and pulling, 8,192 noodles appeared, and not a single one was broken. It looked like a marvelous skill that made people gasp in amazement. With a light flick, the noodles returned to their original length of 4,096 noodles. Ming Hui swung her left hand, and with her right hand, she easily put the noodles into the boiling water. The iron pot was very large, with a diameter of more than 1 meter. Ming Hui put the noodles on the edge of the iron pot, and then immediately picked up a pair of chopsticks. The front end of the chopsticks separated to two sides. She didn't pick up the noodles, but quickly spun them in the middle of the iron pot at the boiling water. At this moment, her hands suddenly turned milky white. In the steaming steam, they were translucent like sparkling pearls. When the steam condensed into water droplets appeared on her hands, it reminded Nian Bing of a sentence that Cha Ji had said before, "The moon in the sea has tears." She stirred faster and faster. The whole pot of water was spinning rapidly under the movement of the pair of chopsticks, and the noodles also moved rhythmically in the spinning. The originally boiling water was no longer bubbling because of the rapid stirring. Nian Bing exclaimed, "I understand now. This is the water-breaking face protecting technique. It's amazing." The face-breaking method referred to stirring the boiling water into a whirlpool shape, so that although the temperature of the whole pot of water reached the boiling point, it didn't boil. In this way, when cooking, the food could be evenly heated, and the shape of the food would not be affected by the bubbles when the water boiled. The requirement of rotating was not difficult. Any chef, after a long period of practice, could use chopsticks to stir a pot of water into a whirlpool. The difficulty lay in the fact that she was stirring boiling water. Although the water did not come into contact with the water, the temperature above the boiling water would definitely not be too high. This required the chef to not be affected by the boiling water in any way, and his hands had to be steady. Therefore, this method of breaking the water to protect the surface became very difficult. The chopsticks suddenly left the water, and the boiling water in the iron pot was still spinning rapidly due to inertia. Ming Hui took a large bowl and opened a metal bucket beside it. She scooped out a light yellow broth from inside. The broth looked very transparent, and there was not a trace of impurities in it. When it was placed in the bowl, it looked like a huge yellow crystal. This was the prepared beef broth. The chopsticks reached into the pot like lightning, and Ming Hui gently lifted all the noodles out of the boiling water and put them into the bowl. After the steaming noodles were immersed in the beef broth, the bowl suddenly became half full. The chopsticks in Ming Hui's hand cleverly moved the noodles in the beef broth, first clockwise, then counterclockwise, and then counterclockwise. Only then did it stop, and the slightly yellow noodles were neatly placed at the bottom of the bowl. She took a large metal ladle, scooped a spoonful of hot broth from the pot, and poured it on the topmost part. Then she reached into the metal bucket and took out a few thin strips of meat about 1 inch wide and as thin as paper, and a few pieces of white radish cooked in the beef broth, and put them on the noodles. Finally, She pinched a handful of coriander and sprinkled it in the broth. Then she put down the bowl and dripped a few drops of bright red chili oil. Beef broth noodle soup. Please taste it. Ming Hui's forehead was slightly sweaty, and her hands returned to their original color. She looked at Nian Bing, and her eyes were full of confidence. Nian Bing did not say much. He nodded to her, took the chopsticks in Ming Hui's hand, and began to eat. I want to eat too. Leave some for me. Hey, don't eat so fast. Xue Jing was dissatisfied and wanted to snatch Nian Bing's south strips. In fact, Nian Bing did not eat fast at all. He just ate a few noodles, a piece of beef strip, and a mouthful of broth. He handed the chopsticks to Xue Jing, sighed, and looked at Ming Hui with admiration in his eyes. I'm convinced. Since I left my master, this is the first time I sincerely admire a chef. The beef noodles you made are absolutely worthy of the words first-grade noodle dish. Ming Hui's ugly face was slightly red, and she said, Brother Nian Bing, you flatter me. Wow, it's delicious. I usually don't like to eat noodles the most, but why are these noodles so delicious? Ming Hui, why are your noodles so thin? But they don't feel soft at all. Every noodle is like a somersault, and it tastes so good. Also, the noodles don't stick to each other at all. And the meat, is this the beef that you cut? The taste is so good, and the broth is also good. It should be beef bone broth. And that's not right. Beef bone broth doesn't seem to be so fresh. And the fragrance is a little strange. It's clearly the fragrance of beef broth. But why do I have a special feeling? Xue Jing's originally refined eating manners were completely gone. The beef noodles were not hot, and other than Nian Bing eating a little, the rest would enter her stomach in a while. Ming Hui covered her mouth and chuckled and said, Sister Xue Jing, eat slowly. If you still want to eat, I'll make more for you. Don't rush. Nian Bing smiled and said, It's already very good that she can make so much. She's worthy of being the successor of Cool Breeze Temple. Ming Hui, let me talk about the characteristics of your beef noodles in clear broth. You can see if I'm right. After muttering to himself for a while, he then continued, The beef noodles you made have the essence of traditional beef noodles. The first clear, second white, third red, fourth green, and fifth yellow characteristics are completely reflected. The first clear is the broth clear. The second white is the radish white. The third red is the chili oil red. The fourth green is the coriander green. And the fifth yellow is the noodles yellow. The refreshing and rich colors stimulate your appetite. Not only that, but you also added in your own innovation. Just the fineness of the noodles is something I can't do. That tremor noodle technique is indeed mysterious, to be able to pull the noodles so thin and still maintain a certain degree of toughness. It's much finer than a nest of silk, but it still has strength and won't affect the taste. What I admire the most is your method of breaking water to protect the noodles. Even my master can't do that. I think your right hand must have practiced some special skill that can make it not afraid of the heat. However, under the steam, it's not enough to not be afraid of the heat. Without a firm willpower, it's absolutely impossible to keep your hand stable. It's really admirable. The noodles are good noodles, and at the same time, the soup is also good soup. Just as Jing said, your beef soup is made from beef bones, the best New Year's meat, and refined butter. However, it's not that simple. In this beef soup, you added at least 3 kinds of herbs. However, these herbs not only won't affect the taste of the beef soup, but will also completely set off the freshness of the beef soup. At the same time, the taste of the herbs will also be integrated into the beef soup. After feeling the freshness of the beef soup, you will immediately feel the fragrance of the herbs. The two tastes perfectly mix together to become the best quality beef soup. It's really amazing. As for the beef, it's not simply cut, but its original shape. The most delicious meat on the beef is not the beef eye on the chest, nor any thick inner muscle, but the beef ribs on the ribs. It's really the best choice. Combining these, I dare say, on the whole continent, you can't find a beef noodle soup that can surpass your. I'm convinced, completely convinced. Minghui's eyes flashed with surprise. Big brother, you're absolutely right. Except for the 3 kinds of herbs that you didn't mention. The rest are exactly the same. You deserve to be called the Ice and Fire Chef. Shiwejing stroked her stomach contentedly and came to the 2 people's side. She looked at Nian Bing with some doubts. The beef noodle soup is really delicious, but is it really as complicated as you said? Sister Minghui, you don't have to be afraid of being shocked. Feel free to be shocked. I support you. I think he must have said something wrong. Minghui shook his head and said, No, there's nothing wrong at all. Even if it's me at most, I just added the names of the 3 kinds of herbs. Big brother Nianbing's cooking skills are definitely better than mine. Big brother, it's your turn now. I want to see what your ice and fire cooking skills are like. Can I? Nianbing smiled and said, After eating such delicious beef noodle soup, how can I hide it? Speaking of this, he couldn't help but look at Shiwejing. The one who really ate a lot was her. Before he had time to eat, there was only an empty bowl left. My poor stomach. Although that was what he thought, Nianbing did not stop what he was doing. He walked in front of the chopping board, thought for a moment, and quickly decided what he was going to do. He first washed his hands, then removed the cloth and took out a piece of noodles that was exactly the same as the one Minghui had just given him. He smiled and said, I've eaten your noodles, so I'll return the favor. I'll make you a bowl of noodles too. Yours is beef noodles in clear broth, and mine is the best cold noodles. There's no material here that I need, so I can only use some tricks. As he spoke, he began the process of kneading the noodles. He knew that if he didn't use some unique skills, he would definitely be looked down upon by Minghui. He didn't want others to say that he relied on magic to cook delicious food. The dough quickly turned into a ball in Nianbing's hands. His hands moved slowly, and each stroke was full of strength. Gradually, his movements became faster. Every time he pressed, the dough would be kneaded into a non-existent state. As his movements became faster and faster, Nianbing's hands seemed to be boneless as he kneaded the dough with his palms. The shadows of his palms completely enveloped the dough, and the existence of the dough could no longer be seen. His palms were like a ball, protecting the dough completely. Minghui opened his eyes wide and gasped. This is the kneading method of separating tendons and dislocating bones. It actually exists. Shiwejing said in surprise, separating tendons and dislocating bones? Could it be that the joint between his hand and the bowl was separated? Minghui shook his head and said, That's not it. This kneading method is extremely difficult to master. The main reason is the flexibility of the wrist. Only when the wrist can be twisted in any direction can it succeed. It's just like separating tendons and bones. This kneading method has another name. It's called the separating tendons and dislocating bones wishful hands. It's one of the 7 great forbidden techniques of a cooked wheaten pastry chef, along with my water-breaking face protecting technique. Through the separating tendons and dislocating bones wishful hands, the strength of the noodles can be increased to the extreme while maintaining the moisture of the dough. Generally speaking, the dough made with this method must be complemented by a special cooking method. Otherwise, even if it's cooked, you won't be able to bite it. In our cooking world, there's a saying that as long as you can master one of the 7 great forbidden techniques of a cooked wheaten pastry chef, you can become a top-notch cooked wheaten pastry chef. I only know the water-breaking face protecting mysterious jade hand, which is ranked 4th among the 7 great forbidden techniques. I didn't expect that big brother Nianbing would actually know the separating tendons and dislocating bones wishful hands, which is ranked 3rd. It seems that I'm inferior to him in the field of cooked wheaten pastry. Nianbing's movements stopped without any warning. He turned his head and smiled at Minghui, saying, No, you're wrong. The 7 great forbidden techniques can't prove anything. As an item-level cooked wheaten pastry chef, you still need to combine all kinds of abilities. In the field of cooked wheaten pastry, I definitely can't compare to you. With a flash of green light, the proud heaven blade appeared in Nian Bing's hand. The blade emitted a light groan and spiritual energy overflowed. "Good blade, is this your kitchen knife?" Ming Hui asked in astonishment. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, "It's one of the knives. In terms of pure knife skills, it's the most suitable. The blade's name is Proud Heaven. It can also be called the gentle groan of the wind of freedom. I can't compare to you in terms of craftsmanship, so let's use the word skillful." With a strange twist of his right wrist, he held the proud heaven blade upside down. His left hand held the round dough that was a full circle smaller than before. Ming Hui knew that what Nian Bing was going to do next was definitely not simple. She could see from Nian Bing's eyes that he was even more focused than her. But what was strange was that the object of his focus wasn't the dough but the blade. The gentle groan of the wind of freedom. Proud heaven blade. The water in the iron pot was still boiling. Nian Bing's blade finally moved. It looked very slow, as if it was a green mist. However, the shadow of the blade could no longer be seen clearly. One could only vaguely sense that the tip of the blade was stabbing downwards into the dough. His wrist was trembling as he asked. A piece of white dough was picked up into the pot. This was the prelude. Following that, pieces of white dough, as if they were threaded, a string of white light appeared 3 inches apart. With a clear sound of water, they poured into the pot. Nian Bing's movements were very fast. He always held the handle of the blade in reverse. His expression was very relaxed. His eyes were always on the shadow of the blade that could not be seen clearly. Ming Hui seemed to have thought of something. She quickly walked to the side of the iron pot. When she saw the boiling water in the pot, her whole body was completely stunned. Her mouth slowly spat out 4 words: "Jin, Su, Guan." Xue Jing doubtfully came to the side of the iron pot. "What is Jin, Su?" She also saw that the boiling noodles in the pot were actually words and not the noodles she had imagined. The words were very clear, and they were 2 words joined together. They were about 1 inch long and half an inch wide. They were clearly the 2 words Ming Hui. The strokes were strong and forceful, and each set of words was exactly the same. There was no difference at all. How did this happen? Ming Hui looked at the iron wok in a daze. One of the 5 famous knife skills in the cooking world, brocade void. I'm actually lucky enough to see it. Master, do you know I actually saw the brocade void? Xue Jing shook Ming Hui and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Ming Hui shook his head and said, "Thank you. I'm fine. I was just too excited." It had to be known that the difficulty of the 5 great knife techniques of the culinary world was even higher than the 7 great forbidden techniques of the cooked, Wheaton food master. The 5 famous knife skills have long been lost. The 7 great forbidden hand techniques could be mastered through talent and hard work. However, the 5 great swords required extraordinary comprehension and hard work throughout the years. I had heard my master introduce the 5 great swords to me before. At that time, I had thought that it was unbelievable. I had thought that it was a miraculous technique that could not possibly exist. Only today did I realize that I was wrong. I had been so narrow-minded. Brocade void appeared in front of me. This was the swordsmanship A11, which was ranked 4th among the 5 great swords. Her body was trembling slightly. If she knew that Nian Bing also knew the Rain Dragon's dance, which was ranked 1st among the 5 famed saber techniques, what would she think? Even though Nian Bing hadn't completely mastered the dance of the dancing dragon, it was still the number 1 knife technique in the culinary world. Under Ao Tian's mysterious poking, the noodles in Nian Bing's hand gradually shrank. In just a dozen breaths, he had already completed all the movements. He picked up the chopsticks and stirred in the pot. At the same time, his left hand flashed with a red light and pressed on the edge of the pot. The moment his left hand touched the iron pot, the chopsticks quickly left. At the same time, he switched the chopsticks for the pot lid and pressed it on the pot with lightning speed. Ming Hui and Xuejing could clearly feel the entire pot shaking violently. The pot had completely turned red, and a scorching aura filled the entire kitchen. In just 3 breaths, Nian Bing's left hand left the pot. His right hand picked up the pot lid and put it aside. Immediately, steam rose up like a mushroom cloud. His left hand grabbed a hedge and scooped up the noodles from the pot. He immediately dipped them in the cold water. At the same time, his right hand pressed on the bucket of cold water. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. There was no hesitation. If Ming Hui had not seen Nian Bing for the first time, he would have suspected that he had entered his kitchen before. He seemed to be very familiar with the location of every tool. There was not a trace of error. Nian Bing's left hand that was holding the hedge loosened. Xuejing and Ming Hui were surprised to find that the hedge actually stood still in the water. Nian Bing seemed to have finished his work. He turned around and smiled at the 2 girls. I used the tendon and bone dislocation technique to increase the toughness of the noodles by 3 times. I used high temperature to cook it quickly. Now I will completely freeze it, using the 2 extreme methods of ice and fire to destroy the internal structure of the noodles. In this way, the tendon and bone dislocation technique produced by the noodles will not be difficult to chew. At the same time, the aroma of the noodles will be fully displayed. The texture is extremely strong, and it will not be difficult to chew. Displaying the original taste of the ingredients has always been my pursuit. Miss Ming Hui, I want to borrow your beef soup. After that, he took out a clean, empty bowl and scooped out half a bowl of beef soup from the bucket. He added a little vinegar, a little sugar, and some chili oil and quickly mixed them well. Then he grabbed the hedgerow. Under the effect of the fire element, the hedgerow left the bucket with the frozen noodles. The ice gradually melted, and when the noodles were exposed, he put the ice into the bowl. Under the effect of the ice cubes, the temperature of the beef soup at room temperature quickly dropped. The ice completely melted, and the noodles appeared in the bowl. Nian Bing gently stirred twice to let the soup and noodles merge completely. He pressed his left hand on the surface of the soup bowl, and a thin layer of ice appeared. It was as if the entire bowl was frozen. Well, it's done. Please taste my bowl of ice fire noodles. Nian Bing confidently smiled at the 2 girls. Ming Hui and Xuejing looked at each other sluggishly. The 2 picked up clean chopsticks and walked to the front of the bowl. The chopsticks easily broke the thin ice, and they each put a piece of noodles into their mouths. Ming Hui raised her head and looked at Nian Bing, her eyes full of surprise. The cold noodles with the cold noodles aroma, plus the 3 flavors of sour, sweet, and spicy, as well as the beef soup's own freshness, it's really delicious. As expected of the ice fire cooking demon, I'm far inferior. Nian Bing modestly said, Miss Ming Hui, please don't say that. I borrowed the noodles you needed and the beef soup you prepared to have this effect. When it comes to noodles, I'm far inferior to Mississippi. It's just a trick. Ming Hui's eyes flashed. Are the tendon and bone dislocation technique and the brocade void technique also a trick? You 2 talk, I'll eat first. Xuejing didn't care about the technique or cooking skills. She only knew that the bowl of noodles in front of her was to her taste. Although she was already full from the beef noodle soup, she still couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. Nian Bing smiled. There's no end to cooking. We still have a lot to learn, don't we? Ming Hui took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, there's no end to cooking. It seems that I shouldn't be a frog at the bottom of a well. There's still a lot to learn. Big brother Nian Bing, thank you for your guidance. Nian Bing sincerely said, Miss Ming Hui, you're welcome. I've also learned a lot from you. After leaving the noodle dish, Ming Hui had already reached an agreement with Xuejing. Xuejing wrote her a recommendation letter. Soon, she would go to Ice Snow City to train at the Breeze Temple. Silence, have you found a place to stay? Nian Bing asked softly as they walked on the street. Xuejing took the initiative to hold Nian Bing's arm and shook her head. Not yet. I rushed to the city as soon as I arrived at Ice Orchid City. There were fewer people on the streets at night, so I wanted to walk more. I could leave the city early tomorrow morning and continue to look for you in the direction of the Ottoman Empire's capital. I know you don't have a horse. This time, you didn't even ride one. I'm so tired. How are you going to make it up to me? Right now, she was extremely excited. Not only had she found Nianbing, she had also helped the Clear Wind sect recruit an extremely capable master of cooked wheaten food. This time, even if she returned to the Clear Wind sect, her father wouldn't blame her, right? Nianbing struggled a little unnaturally, but Xu Ejing insisted on holding his arm. As a magician, he indeed couldn't compete with Xu Ejing in terms of strength. Helpless, he could only let her do as she wished. Xu Ejing's body emitted a faint, virgin fragrance from time to time, causing Nianbing's heart to throb. He was still a virgin. A virgin would always be easily attracted to a beautiful woman, even if he had a mature mind. In terms of figure, among all the girls he knew, perhaps only Feng Nu could compare to her. Make it up to you? Didn't I just treat you to a meal? This isn't enough compensation. Nianbing didn't dare to look at Xu Ejing and quickened his steps. Xu Ejing smiled. Of course not. You want to dismiss me with a meal? Do you think I'm a beggar? Nianbing smiled bitterly. Then what do you want me to do? Xu Ejing said, First of all, you'll be responsible for all the expenses along the way. You're not allowed to object. Secondly, when there's no restaurant, you have to personally cook for me. I don't eat dry food. I'm very sad to eat dry food all the way. Nianbing made a surprised expression. No way. You're the dignified Cool Breeze sex, eldest miss. But you want to eat a poor person like me. You're so heartless. Xu Ejing giggled. I'm a girl. Don't tell me you want me to pay. I've already heard from Ling that the magic scrolls you make are very valuable. It shouldn't be a problem to support me. I don't care. In any case, you have to agree. It seems that I can only admit that I'm unlucky. I hope there's still a room in the Lanshin Hotel. He could only hope to reach the capital of the Ottoman Empire as soon as possible. At that time, he could get rid of this crazy woman. Sigh. Why is it that the more I don't want to have sex with women, the more beautiful women appear around me? Master told me to find a girl I love. But what is love between a man and a woman? No matter how smart Nianbing was, he was still like a pure child in this aspect. Xu Ejing chasing after him made him feel something, but he couldn't explain it clearly. It's too late even if there's a room. It's already so late. Who's going to open a room for me? Nianbing, you should be staying in a standard room. Anyway, it's 2 beds. I'll just share with you. After saying this, Xu Ejing couldn't help but shyly lower her head. Nianbing was shocked. What? No, you're a girl. How can you live with me? Xu Ejing snorted and said, It's all your fault. Just now we wasted so much time. Don't tell me you want me to sleep on the streets. I'm a girl and I don't care. What do you care about? Don't tell me you have some bad intentions. Nianbing looked at Xu Ejing in shock. You really want to live with me in the same room? That's not good for your reputation. You'll have to get married in the future. If your husband finds out, I'm afraid. Xu Ejing felt an inexplicable irritation in her heart. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you think I'll eat you up? It's none of your business whether I get married or not. At least tonight I'll have a place to sleep peacefully. Humph. Miss, are you sure? Nianbing asked tentatively. Xu Ejing snorted and said, Of course I'm sure. Are you afraid that I'll rape you? Speaking of this, even she couldn't help but laugh. She cursed in her heart. Xu Ejing. Oh, Xu Ejing, what's wrong with you now? How can you even say such words? Nianbing pondered for a moment. He really didn't have a better idea at the moment. Just as Xu Ejing had said, there were 2 beds in his room. Although it wasn't appropriate for a man and a woman to share a room, it shouldn't be a problem as long as he was open-minded. Thinking of this, he could only nod his head. Xu Ejing let go of Nian Bing's arm and asked, "When do you plan to leave Ice Orchid City?" Nian Bing thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. I heard that there's a famous snack in Ice Orchid City called the Staring Food. It sounds very strange. Even Master didn't tell me before. I must try it. Also, I sold some magic scrolls in exchange for white magic scrolls. I need at least a day to make some magic scrolls for self-defense. Okay, I'm not in a hurry." Xu Ejing was, of course, not in a hurry. She couldn't wait for Nian Bing to walk slower. That way, she would have more time. When the two returned to Lanshan Hotel, it was already late at night. The security guard on duty let them enter the hotel after Nian Bing showed the room key. However, the security guard didn't leave. When Nian Bing was about to bring Xu Ejing upstairs, they were stopped by the security guard. "I'm sorry, sir. We are a proper hotel. We don't allow guests to have any special activities in the hotel," the security guard said rudely. Nian Bing was stunned and asked, "What do you mean?" The security guard looked at Nian Bing and then looked at Xu Ejing, who was dressed in red. He said indifferently, "You should know what I mean. It seems that one of the two of you isn't our guest." Nian Bing was quick-witted and immediately understood the security guard's meaning. She couldn't help feeling angry and amused. "This is my friend. She just came to Ice Orchid City at night. It's too late now and we can't book a room. So I can only bring her back to my place to suffer for the night and book a room for her alone tomorrow. Otherwise, you can book a room for me now." The security guard snorted and said, "No, I don't have the right to book a room. Only one of you can go up." He thought to himself, this gigolo actually managed to seduce such a beautiful woman just by relying on his good looks. Humph, I won't let you get away with it. Although Xu Ejing wasn't as smart as Nian Bing, how could she not understand the security guard's words? She was furious and said, "T, who do you think we are? Get lost, or don't blame me for taking action." As she said this, she pressed her hand on the hilt of her sword. Immediately, a red fighting spirit wrapped around her delicate body. Nian Bing wasn't angry at this time. Instead, he was secretly grateful to the security guard in front of him. Previously, because of Xu Ejing's face, he couldn't refuse directly, but he still felt that it was inappropriate to be in the same room with her. Now that the security guard was obstructing him, he could go with the flow. He hurriedly stopped Xu Ejing and said, "Silence, don't make trouble. Did you forget what you promised me?" "I'm right. This is for the safety of the guests. Here's the key. Go up and sleep." Chapter 43. Xu Ejing's heart was racing because she was going to stay in the same room as Nian Bing, and she was at a loss for what to do. After all, she was a young lady. Although she liked Nian Bing, she knew that it was inappropriate for her to stay in the same room as him. However, she felt that this was an opportunity and didn't want to let it go. Hence, she was hesitating. At this moment, Nian Bing heaved a sigh of relief. She also heaved a sigh of relief, but she was somewhat disappointed. "Nian Bing, what about you? What are you going to do if I stay in your room?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about me. Isn't there a sofa in the lobby? I'll just make do with it for the night." Xu Ejing glared fiercely at the security guard and snorted before going upstairs. Seeing that Xu Ejing had left, Nian Bing the security guard said, "No one is allowed to stay in the lobby. If you want to stay in the hotel, please come back tomorrow morning. I'm going to close the door. Please leave immediately." Nian Bing was stunned for a moment and frowned. "Are you picking on me? I don't think I've offended you." The security guard said coldly, "I'm just following the rules. Please leave." Nian Bing naturally wouldn't stoop to the level of an ordinary person. He had no choice but to walk out of Lanshan Hotel again. It was already late at night, and the October weather was slightly chilly. Nian Bing couldn't help but shiver as the night dew blew against his body. He hurriedly circulated the fire elements in his body, and only then did he feel a little better. Although the night dew brought a chill to him, Xu Ejing wasn't by his side at this moment. In the cold air, his mind gradually became active. Xu Ejing sneaked out from home to look for me. This already proves that she has feelings for me. Xu Ejing likes me. Furthermore, she's not as weak as Longling. If she continues to follow me, who knows what else will happen on the way to the capital of the Ottoman Empire. If I can't control myself, then it'll be troublesome. Perhaps he didn't have feelings for Xu Ejing, but he definitely had desires. How could he remain calm in front of a beauty? It was very, very difficult. In the depths of Nian Bing's heart, other than his mother, there was only one other woman. He pitied Longling, admired Luo Ro, and was even a little afraid of Xu Ejing. He was afraid of her hysterics, but he definitely didn't love her from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he really didn't want to spend too much time with any of the three women. Even if he didn't fall for them, once Xu Ejing's feelings for him deepened, the matter would be more difficult to solve. He couldn't hit her or drive her away, right? Thinking of this, Nian Bing's mind raced, thinking of a suitable method. Suddenly his heart moved. Why did Xu Ejing like him? Perhaps it was because of some of his advantages that attracted her. If he let her see more of his shortcomings, perhaps her feelings for him would gradually cool down. Xu Ejing was a girl who dared to love and dared to hate, and her temper was almost at the slightest provocation. Xu Ejing, sorry, I can only do this. A strange expression appeared on his face. Nian Bing walked towards the dark street. Soon he found his destination. In the middle of the night, there was only one kind of shop that didn't close, and that was a brothel. Hey, mister, have you come to play? Although it's a little late now, we still have many girls here. A madam who looked to be in her 30s or 40s brought Nian Bing in. This was only a medium-sized brothel. As soon as he entered the door, the fragrance of cosmetics almost made Nian Bing fall down. At this time, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered. He knew nothing about brothels, and didn't even know what a brothel did. After all, when Jiaji taught him how to cook, it was impossible for him to also teach him about brothels. The reason why he knew about the existence of brothels was because he heard a conversation in Ice Snow City. It was a couple. The husband was like a frosted eggplant being scolded by his wife. From their conversation, Nian Bing heard that the husband went to a place called a brothel, and his wife couldn't tolerate it. He still remembered the soul-stirring scene at that time. If it wasn't for the fact that murdering one's husband was a serious crime, he didn't doubt that the wife would have used a kitchen knife to kill her husband. Later, he asked Longling what kind of place a brothel was. Longling, who had never lost her temper, blushed and scolded him a few times before running away. From then on, Nian Bing guessed that this so-called opportunity should be a place that men liked and women hated. Usually when he walked on the road, he had seen a few brothels, so he could still distinguish them from the outside. Coughing awkwardly, Nian Bing looked at the brothel keeper whose eyes were shining and said, "Is there a place to stay here?" The last time he heard the couple quarrel, he vaguely heard the wife scolding the husband for not returning home at night in a brothel. Presumably, people could stay in a brothel. Originally, with Nian Bing's ordinary clothes, it wouldn't attract the brothel keeper's attention. However, his appearance was too handsome, causing the brothel keeper's heart to ripple. She thought to herself that if such a handsome young man could sleep with her for a night, it would be worth it, even if she had to pay for it. Stay? Of course there is. But I don't know how Sir wants to stay. Girls, their guests come and receive the guests. At this time it was already late at night. Most of the prostitutes either already had guests or were ready to sleep. Hearing the call of the brothel keeper, the prostitutes who didn't have guests were impatient. One by one, they walked down from the attic and looked at the hall with sleepy eyes. When their gazes landed on Nian Bing, all the prostitutes stopped what they were doing. Nian Bing suddenly shivered all over. He saw 7 or 8 young women coming down from the stairs. Each of them wore thin clothes. Most of their arms and thighs were bare. Some of them didn't even cover their chests well, revealing their full cleavage. He hadn't been in society for a long time. When did he see such an erotic scene? He suddenly felt the blood in his body gradually boiling, and his heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. The prostitutes finally reacted. It was more appropriate to describe them as a swarm. In just an instant, they surrounded Nian Bing in the center. It was as if they had also learned martial arts. Their longing eyes and seductive postures were so moving. "Sir, come to my room. I am a famous pure jade girl." "What is a pure jade girl?" "Sir, look, is my place big? Come on. I will serve you well tonight. How about I give you a 20% discount?" 20% discount? "Sir, I'll give you a 40% discount, okay? I'm so lonely tonight." Sweat, cold sweat, flowed down from his forehead. Even when facing the Dragon King with a golden back, Nian Bing was not so nervous. He suddenly found that the method he chose was too bad. Such an erotic scene made him, a virgin, fall into infinite embarrassment. What should I do? What should I do now? He wanted to say something, but he really couldn't say it. Looking at the coy women, he found that he had a layer of goosebumps on his body. God, save me. Okay, girls, don't quarrel. Let this gentleman choose by himself. Sir, who do you choose? The procuress was experienced and knowledgeable. When she saw Nian Bing's embarrassed face, she knew that it was his first time to come to such a place. If it was someone else, she would be too lazy to pay attention to it. But Nian Bing's handsome appearance and stalwart figure really made the procuress tempted, so she took the initiative to come out and help. The procuress directed the girls to stand in a neat row, and she stuck to Nian Bing's side. She touched his arm with the fullness of her chest. "Sir, which girl do you want to choose?" "If you don't like them, what about me?" Nian Bing lowered his head to look at the madam. He had to admit that this madam, who looked to be in her 30s, was no less charming than those young girls. Furthermore, she was more mature. Her voluptuous figure, in particular, made him have the urge to spurt blood from his nose. God, is this a brothel? All the wisdom seemed to have disappeared. He asked blankly, how much does it cost to stay here for a night?" Nian Bing's pure appearance made the procuress's heart itch, and some parts of her body began to change. "What money? Sir, it's our honor to have you here. When the time comes, just give me a little. We have a lot of rooms here. You can choose one. Cough, then give me an empty room. I'll give you how much you want. I'll stay for one night and leave." Nian Bing's words immediately made the girls laugh. The procuress pinched the firm muscles on his forearm. "Oh, sir, don't you like us girls? When you come to us, there's no rule to sleep alone. You can choose one to accompany you." "Why is it so noisy, Mom? It's so late. Why don't you close the door? There won't be any guests." A lazy voice came from upstairs. Although it was scolding, he had to admit that her voice was very moving. The faces of the prostitutes in front of Nian Bing and the madam beside him all changed. One of the prostitutes muttered in a low voice, "It's over. Once she comes, I won't have a share of this little virgin." Nian Bing looked upstairs and saw a woman wearing a pink dress walking down the stairs. This woman's figure was well-proportioned and full. Her fair and pretty face was lightly powdered. Her body exuded an elegant smell. She seemed to be a little tired. She held onto the railing as she walked down the stairs. Her brows were slightly wrinkled, but she was able to make shuang xan li jia hu zhong xan lina 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 nolly, 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 nolly. The brothel keeper sighed in her heart. Nienbing smiled apologetically and said, "Sir, look, this is our top courtesan. Although her head is a little high, it's definitely worth it. Rui, there's a guest." The girl slightly raised her head. When her hazy eyes met with Nienbing's clear eyes, her beautiful big eyes suddenly lit up. She didn't lose her composure like the other prostitutes before. She slowly walked downstairs, with a blooming smile on her face. She walked to Nian Bing and said, "Hello, sir, my name is Rui." Nian Bing had gradually adapted to the atmosphere here and was not at a loss like before. He nodded slightly and said hello. Rui turned to look at the procuress beside her. "Mom, let Rui entertain this gentleman today, okay?" The procuress wanted to say no, but Rui was the top prostitute of this brothel. Most of the guests here came because of her face. She could offend anyone, but she couldn't offend this money tree. She hurriedly said, "Okay, of course, Rui. Then you take this gentleman to your room." A woman was always easier to deal with than a group of women. Although Nian Bing didn't fully understand the purpose of this brothel, he had a good impression of this elegant girl in front of him. It was better to go with her than to be entangled by a group of vulgar women. Rui held Nian Bing's hand, and they had different feelings at the same time. Rui felt that Nian Bing's hand was slender and strong without calluses. His hand was very warm, but it seemed to be as hard as steel. Nian Bing had a completely different feeling. Although it was not the first time he held a girl's hand, the feeling that Rui gave him was completely different. Her hand was very soft, as if there were no bones. What made Nian Bing feel most was the coldness of her hand. Her small hand was very soft, and it was very comfortable to hold. After going upstairs, Rui didn't say a word and directly led him to the innermost room of the corridor. The decoration in the room was mostly pink. The room was very large, and it was divided into inner and outer rooms, but there was no door in the middle. There was a big bed in the inner room, surrounded by a curtain. The whole room exuded a strange atmosphere. "Sir, please sit." Rui's voice suddenly lost its previous gentleness. She pulled Nian Bing to the round table in the outer room and pressed his shoulder to let him sit down. She poured a glass of wine and handed it to Nian Bing, and then sat down beside Nian Bing. Nian Bing drank the wine in one gulp, and a burning feeling rose in his stomach, which calmed him down a lot. However, he still asked a silly question. "Miss Rui, there is only one bed here. Where do I sleep? Why do you have to let the guest enter the room of one of you?" Rui was stunned and looked up at Nian Bing. "This is a brothel." "I know. Then why did you ask such a question?" There was a cold light in Rui's eyes. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, although I know this is a brothel, I don't know what a brothel does. Can you tell me?" Rui didn't answer the question and said, "Then what do you do?" Nian Bing looked at Rui's gradually clear eyes and faintly felt that something was wrong. "I am a chef." "A chef? Are you just a chef? I have seen a lot of people, but I have never seen a chef with such temperament like you. You are young, but you don't learn good things and come to a brothel as a ghost. I think you are not a good person." At the end, her voice was a little colder. Nian Bing frowned slightly and said, "Why is it that I am not a good person to come to a brothel?" Rui said disdainfully, "Men all think with their lower bodies. Don't you come here to vent your desires on women? When did you see women like us as human beings? You look good on the outside, but you are rotten on the inside." It was not until now that Nian Bing understood the real meaning of a brothel, and his heart was sweating. He hurriedly explained, "Miss Rui, don't misunderstand." Rui sneered and stood up. "Misunderstand? What is there to misunderstand? A man like you will make many women sad in the future." Nian Bing's eyes were cold and said, "Miss Rui, there is no enmity between us. Why are you so against me? Even if I came to a brothel to do that kind of thing, so what? You are supposed to serve me, not scold me here." The smile on Rui's face became colder. "Serve you? A dirty person like you wants to touch me? In that case, I'd better go." After knowing the real meaning of a brothel, although Nian Bing wanted to take the opportunity to drive Xu Edging away, he couldn't bear to stay in such a place. He didn't know much about the affairs between men and women. He didn't mean to look down on prostitutes, but he felt that it was inappropriate to do these things. He stood up and was about to leave, but suddenly felt dizzy. He sat down again, unconsciously. Do you still want to go? Rui looked at Nian Bing coldly. Poison! Nian Bing suddenly understood a lot. He subconsciously wanted to activate the magic scroll on his body, but he couldn't concentrate. Miss Rui, I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to harm me? Rui smiled. When you go to hell, you can ask. Nian Bing's mind was blurred, and finally he couldn't hold on and fainted. Sister, what's wrong with you today? A nimble figure jumped out from inside. It was a young girl dressed in martial arts attire. Her appearance was somewhat similar to Rui's, but she had more heroic spirit. She glanced at Nian Bing and said, This seems to be just an ordinary guest. Why did you make him unconscious? How do you solve this? Rui said lightly, Ramang, take him out of the city and kill him. Do it cleanly. Sister, are you crazy? The organization strictly forbids killing people. Don't kill people who don't get paid. You are. Ramang was obviously shocked by Rui. Rui glanced at Ramang sharply and said, I'm just getting rid of evil for the people. What's wrong with that? Look at this man. He has a good appearance, but he goes to the brothel to fool around. He looks like he's only about 20 years old. If such a person is allowed to live in the world, I don't know how many women will be harmed by him in the future. Have you forgotten how I was cheated? Don't be afraid to kill him just because he's handsome. The more such a man is, the more he deserves to be killed. Her eyes showed monstrous hatred, and her whole body seemed to be trembling slightly. The hysteria made Ramang show a trace of fear. Go, you know what to do. I naturally have a way to explain to the brothel keeper. Rui gave Nian Bing a fierce look and waved to Ramang. Ramang didn't say anything more. She pulled Nian Bing's clothes and lightly put him on her shoulder. It seemed to be effortless. She opened the window and jumped out like a leopard cat, disappearing in a few flashes. Looking at the departing figure of Ramang, Ru Yi's eyes were filled with tears. None of the men are good. Handsome men are the scourge of the world. I want to kill every one of them. Only the handsome men are dead. Only then can the women live better lives. Ice Orchid City was a commercial city. Although it was located at the border of the two countries, the city gate was never closed at night. Ramang carried Nian Bing's body quietly out of the city and soon came to a quiet forest. She laid him flat on the ground. Does this person really deserve to be killed? There's no aura of fighting in his body. He's just an ordinary person. Sister is too much. She can't kill innocent people. Forget it. He's just an ordinary person anyway. I want to explain to him clearly and let him leave here, quickly. The mainland is so big. Sister won't be able to see him in the future. And he's really handsome. He's much more handsome than my previous brother-in-law. No wonder Sister had such a big reaction today. Speaking of this, Ramang shook her head helplessly. She took out a porcelain bottle and stuffed a pill into Nian Bing's mouth. In fact, she didn't know that it was because of her kindness that she saved her own life. Although Nian Bing lacked scrolls, he still had 4 automatic defense scrolls on him. The strongest one was level 6. If Ramang really wanted to kill him, the magic array would automatically trigger when it sensed that Nian Bing's life was threatened. With Ruming's current ability, he wouldn't even have a chance to dodge at close range. His whole body felt cold. Nian Bing woke up from his coma. And where is this? The darkness in front of him made him very alert. His mind immediately connected to the magic scrolls on him, ready to deal with any danger. Mister, I'm really sorry. Hearing Ruming's voice, Nian Bing realized that there was another person beside him. He quickly stood up and took a few steps back, keeping a distance from Ramang. As Ruming's appearance was 60 to 70% similar to Rui, and his mind wasn't fully awake, he instantly mistook her for someone else. Miss Rui, where is this place? Why did you bring me here? Ramang said apologetically, Mister, I'm not Rui. That's my sister. My name is Ramang. I'm really sorry about what happened today. After careful identification, Nian Bing realized that Rameng was different from Rui. Compared to Rui, Rameng was slightly thinner and taller than Rui. "Miss Rameng, I want to know what happened." Rameng was a little surprised. He didn't panic in the face of change. The handsome man in front of her wasn't as ordinary as he said. "Mister, don't misunderstand. It's like this. My sister works in the brothel for a reason. I can't tell you the specific reason. However, she's definitely not the kind of woman you think. She was hurt before, so she's more extreme. Mister, I have some money here. You should quickly leave here and don't go to Binglan City again." As she said this, she threw a few gold coins to Nianbing. Looking at the innocent girl in front of her, Nianbing said indifferently, "Miss Rum, your sister poisoned me for no reason, and you're not willing to explain the matter clearly. Does Binglan City belong to your family? Why can't you let me go back?" Rumling frowned slightly. "Why are you so stubborn? Do you want to die? Die. Your sister wants to kill me? I don't have any enmity with her. Why does she want to kill me?" Nianbing asked the doubts in her heart. At the same time, she scolded herself for being careless. She actually fell for it so easily. Rameng said helplessly, "I can't say anything about my sister. Anyway, this is all I can do. If you go back to the city, I can't save you. For your own life, it's better for you to leave." After saying this, she no longer entangled with Nianbing. His figure flashed a few times before he disappeared from Nianbing's line of sight. Nianbing stood in the same place. Various thoughts kept surging in her heart. Rui, Ramang. These two names kept appearing alternately. What was going on? She was really unlucky. It seemed that bad things couldn't be done. However, after being teased like this and almost losing her life, was she going to let it go just like that? No, at least she had to find out the truth. Her thoughts were connected with the spatial ring. Spatial magic elements revolved around Nianbing's finger. The inconspicuous ring emitted a silver halo, and a black robe appeared first. Then, a strange skull mask silently appeared on the robe. Nianbing first put on the mask and then used the robe to cover her body. There was a cloak on top of the robe, and even her head was covered. It shrouded her easily recognizable long golden hair. I can finally use this identity again. I really didn't expect that I would use it for a brothel. Oh, great ice goddess, lend me your wrath and send me to the lost shore. Snowstorm. The temperature in the air gradually dropped as the blue light spots gathered around Nianbing. Snowflakes gradually appeared and revolved around her body. Directly chanting incantations to use magic was more troublesome. It required chanting to condense magic power, which would waste some time. But directly using scrolls to use magic, because enough magic power had been condensed on the scroll beforehand, the power of the magic could be fully displayed. Under the effect of the powerful magic power, the snowstorm forcibly lifted Nianbing's body and flew higher and higher. Rising into the air, she naturally saw the location of Binglan City and controlled the magic to fly towards the city. While flying, Nianbing carefully recalled everything that happened in the brothel. That woman named Rui was obviously not just a brothel. The two sisters must have some purpose for committing to the brothel. Just like what Ru Meng said, Rui must have been stimulated by something. When she first entered her room, she emitted not only coldness, but also some murderous intent. It was just that she didn't feel it much at that time. The stimulation she received should be related to men. Moreover, it was a man who was somewhat similar to her. Just like when she first met that beautiful Annie and thought of her as her mother. However, the brothel was a filthy place. Why would they hide there? This was what she had to figure out. Thinking of this, Nianbing couldn't help but secretly rejoice. It wasn't that Ru Meng let her go, but that the cup of wine she unintentionally drank was only a knockout drug and not a poison that pierced the intestines. Otherwise, no matter how many magic scrolls she had on her, they would have been useless. At this time, he had already returned to Ice Orchid City. The entire city had fallen into a deep sleep. Nian Bing carefully controlled the blizzard under his feet. Before his magic power was exhausted, the blizzard would always be maintained. After this period of understanding magic, he now knew how to use magic power more rationally. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to maintain such a level for magic. At this time, he had already taken out his proud Heaven Blade and righteous Yang Blade. After all, he hadn't left the Ice Moon Empire yet. It was better not to use Morning Dew. Although it hadn't been long since he came to Ice Orchid City, Nian Bing's memory was very good. First, he flew over the city gate and found the Launching Hotel where he stayed. From the hotel, he immediately confirmed the location and flew towards the brothel. Perhaps it was because it was too late, the lights in the brothel were finally extinguished. Nian Bing floated in the air and had a bird's eye view of the entire brothel. Soon, he found Rui's room and floated to the outside of the room. He hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to take action, he heard a low voice coming from the room. His heart skipped a beat. He controlled the blizzard and pressed his body against the window to listen to the voice inside. Ru Meng seemed to have just returned. She whispered to Rui, "Sister, why aren't you asleep yet?" Rui said coldly, "Is everything done? Is it done cleanly? In this place where good and bad people mix together, we must not leave any traces behind." Ru Meng hesitated for a moment and said, "It's done. Sister, don't worry." Rui sighed softly and said, "Sister, I know that sometimes you are in a difficult position. You are too soft-hearted. You are not suitable to be an assassin. After we return from our shift, I will report to the Lord and ask him to transfer you to another position. Perhaps you can even become a warrior on the surface." "Sister, that's impossible. I was trained as a spy. How can I become a warrior?" There seemed to be a little sadness in Ru Meng's tone. Rui said, "In fact, there is nothing impossible. After all, you are not like me. I have already been exposed in front of people, but you have always been in the dark. Believe me, there will be a chance." Hearing this, Nian Bing suddenly understood a lot. These two sisters were obviously not from the Ice Moon Empire, but came here to be spies. Through the various guests in this brothel, they inquired about all kinds of information and then sent it back to their country. It seemed that he could only forget about his own matter. It was better not to get involved in this kind of conflict between countries. Thinking of this, he controlled the blizzard and was just about to leave. When he turned around, the black robe on his body inadvertently swept the window, making a slight friction sound. "Who is it?" In the low voice, a cold light came out of the window. Although it was only judged by the sound, the cold light's target was Nian Bing's chest. Nian Bing secretly knew that it was not good. He did not activate the magic scroll to protect himself. He raised his right hand, and the proud Heaven Blade transformed into dozens of blade shadows, cutting the cold light from different directions. Chapter 44. Ding! Dozens of collisions sounded as if there was only one sound because of the high speed. Nian Bing only felt a strong impact on his face. His chest felt like it was hit by a huge hammer, and his body flew backward with the help of the impact. If it wasn't for Ao Tiandao's own blade aura that blocked most of the impact, this collision alone was enough to injure him. It was a shuttle-shaped dart that flew out, but it was already crushed by Ao Tian's sharp blade. Nian Bing's eyes revealed a clear light as he controlled the blizzard to send himself dozens of meters away. The window opened, and two figures rushed out with two balls of cold light. Although the combat energy was strong, it was impossible for them to fly. When the Rui sisters found that the enemy was floating in the air, they were shocked. Before they landed, they each shot 3 darts at Nian Bing's direction. Unfortunately, Nian Bing was already prepared. Although the combat energy attached to the darts was very strong, he only controlled the blizzard to support his body and dodge the darts. The magicians in the air had more or less an advantage over the warriors on the ground. Rui and Rumung each held a gleaming sword in their hands. Rui stopped Rumung, who was about to continue attacking, and shouted coldly at Nianbing in the air, "Who are you?" Nianbing said indifferently, "This is not the place to talk. Follow me if you have the guts." He deliberately lowered his voice and added some hoarseness to it so that the Rui sisters couldn't recognize him. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately controlled the blizzard to fly out of the city. The Rui sisters looked at each other. They knew that their identity had been exposed, and they had no choice but to chase after him. The blizzard was the fastest speed a magician could achieve in short-distance flight. Although Nianbing saw that the Rui sisters had the strength of a swordsman, it was impossible for them to catch up with his blizzard. He controlled the speed and kept a certain distance from the Rui sisters. He led them out of Ice Orchid City and ran into the wild. Rui and Rumeng followed Nianbing. They were also secretly scheming. There were very few magicians on the continent. They knew this very well. Because of this, they had no experience in fighting with magicians, let alone being confident. Rumeng was anxious. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, he suddenly heard Rui say in a low voice, "Graft." Green fighting aura emanated from Ru Yi's body. She suddenly leaped into the air. Hearing her sister's words, Rumeng immediately understood. She placed the long sword in her hand into her mouth and similarly erupted with green fighting aura. She pushed Rui's feet up with both her palms and sent her sister flying. In that instant, her Do Chi, which came from the same source as Rui's, was completely transferred into Rui's body. Rui's Do Chi immediately shone brightly and traversed 10 feet in the air. She caught up to Nianbing and locked her Do Chi onto Nianbing. She held her sword with both hands. He slashed with all his might. The green Do Chi formed a dazzling green arc of light in the air, and it slashed toward Nianbing with a twisted light. Feeling the dangerous Do Chi, Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. She almost couldn't withstand the impact of the previous dart, let alone this slash with all her strength. The protection scroll was instantly activated. The ice wall spell condensed a foot-thick ice to block the Do Chi slash. Combined with Rui and Rumeng's Do Chi, the power of this attack was terrifying. The meter-thick ice cracked under the extremely sharp Do Chi slash. The green light penetrated the ice wall. Although it was weakened a lot, it still slashed towards Nianbing's direction. Nianbing chose to use the ice wall spell not to block the opponent, but to cut off the Do Chi that locked onto her and to slow down the opponent's attack. When the green light slashed his previous position, he had already flown out with the help of the blizzard. Ru Yi's Do Chi was exhausted and fell to the ground. Rumeng caught up with her sister, and the two stopped at the same time. The magic displayed made their hearts tighten. Nianbing floated 10 feet away from the two girls. The blizzard was not over, but under the effect of his powerful spiritual power, it was constantly compressed. This kind of mutated snowstorm, even the sorcererback then was fearful of it. It was naturally the best choice to use it as a shield. The two ladies are using wind attribute, Do Chi. Nianbing said indifferently. Rui took a step forward and stared firmly at Nianbing. "Who are you?" Nianbing said, "You can call me the demon killer." Rui said coldly, "So, you heard our previous conversation?" Nianbing smiled indifferently. "I don't care which country you are spies from, but I have to care if you treat people's lives like grass. Miss Rui, the man you dealt with before, is the target of my protection. For the sake of Miss Rumeng's kindness, I don't want to make things difficult for you. You can go, but I hope that Miss Rui will be more cautious in the future. Those who kill will be killed." Rui looked at her sister, Meng. Rumeng did not dare to look at her sister's eyes and could not help but lower her head. Rui looked coldly at Nianbing. Magicians have no advantage when facing warriors. You don't want to make things difficult for us, but I want to make things difficult for you. If you have the ability, don't run. The greatest feature of wind attribute Do-Chi was that it increased the user's attack speed. After a few flashes, Ru-Yi had already arrived in front of Nianbing. Nianbing did not retreat. With a cold snort, the blizzard condensed to a diameter of 1 foot instantly exploded. The power of the compressed blizzard was no less than that of a 6th grade spell. Ru-Yi only felt that she had encountered a huge wall. Countless spinning ice blades seemed to want to cut her body. The Do-Chi that protected her body was torn to pieces by the crazy spinning ice blades. At the moment of the blizzard's explosion, her body that was charging forward was suddenly blown away. Countless tears appeared on her clothes, and traces of blood could be seen, revealing her white skin. Blood spurted out. Under the effect of the blizzard, Ru-Yi was immediately seriously injured. Indeed, in a one-on-one situation, a magician was definitely at a disadvantage. However, this only applied to magicians who did not have the time to recite spells. If a warrior was faced with an opponent who had already prepared magic, then the chance of winning was very small. Sister. Ru-Meng caught Ru-Yi's body. Ru-Yi's body was very cold. The cold poison of the blizzard had invaded her meridians. For Ru-Yi, who wanted to kill her, Nianbing did not have the slightest mercy. Fortunately, Ru-Yi's Do-Chi was not weak, so she was not completely torn apart by the blizzard. Great ice element. Condense, become the ice of the ancient cold river, become the ice of the solid moonlight. The fusion of ice, appear the 2-color ice ball. While Ru-Meng was taking care of her sister, Nianbing recited another spell. A huge 2-color ice ball appeared in front of him. For a warrior, he did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. At this time, Ru-Yi was already on the verge of death. Blood kept flowing out of her mouth. Her most serious injury was not the wound in front of her body. It was the cold air that shook into her body when the blizzard broke out. At this time, the blood in her body was constantly coagulating. When her heart and meridians froze, it would be the moment of her death. The idea of being protective of the fairer sex never appeared in Nianbing's mind. He only knew that his own life was the most precious. You, what did you do to my sister? I'll fight with you. Ru-Meng put down Ru-Yi's body and rushed toward Nianbing with her sword. Dozens of wind elemental Do aura slashes shot out from the sword. Nianbing was surprised to find that Ru-Meng's Do aura seemed to be purer than her sister's. However, the dual-colored ice sphere had already been formed. This was a 6th-tier spell, and it was definitely not something that the 4th-tier low-grade ice wall spell from before could compare to. The dual-colored ice sphere kept changing its position under Nianbing's control. Apart from leaving some traces on the ice ball, Ru-Meng's attack could not pose any threat to Nianbing at all. For Ru-Meng, Nianbing still had some good feelings. At least, her heart was much kinder than Ru-Yi's. Miss Ru-Meng, if you don't want your sister to die, then stop. Blocking Ru-Meng's attack again, the 2-color ice ball shone with cold light. In the piercing cold, dozens of ice cones shot out, immediately forcing Ru-Meng to retreat. Ru-Meng gasped for breath as she looked at the powerful mage in front of her. You killed my sister, and you're still making sarcastic remarks? Nianbing said indifferently, Your sister was only injured by the shock. What was fatal was the invasion of the cold current. Now, only I can bring her back to life. You should understand. It's easy for me to kill you. There's no need to lie to you. The biggest feature of the 2-color ice ball was its lethality. If the enemy was a group, it could continuously send out ice cones with tyrannical attack power until it exploded. After this, 6th-grade magic was formed. Unless the opponent had the strength of a great swordsman or above, it was impossible to break the 2-color ice ball. In Nianbing's calm voice, Ru-Meng calmed down. Indeed, if the other party wanted to kill her, it would be enough to attack her with the previous magic. That was simply unstoppable. Then are you willing to save my sister? I beg you, save my sister. I'll save her as a relative. My sister's nature is not bad. It's only because she was too stimulated in the past that she hates men. The two-color ice ball disappeared. Nian Bing walked step by step towards Rui. He was very clear that Rui's life was now in his hands. Ru Meng would never attack him again. I also don't want to kill people. It's just that, with your sister's temperament, she should be taught a lesson. Please take off her clothes. What do you want to do? Hearing this, Ru Meng was shocked. She stood in front of Nian Bing and looked at him vigilantly. The sword in her hand was raised again. Looking at the skull mask on Nian Bing's face, she couldn't help but feel a strong fear in her heart. All along, she had listened to her sister's arrangements and had long developed a dependence. Rui took care of her in every possible way. At this time, Rui had fallen into a coma, and there was a powerful enemy in front of her that she couldn't fight against. She really didn't know what to do. Nian Bing frowned and said, Miss Ru Meng, your sister has a lot of wounds on her body. If you don't take off her clothes, how can I treat her? Don't worry, I have no interest in her body at all. He had seen many beautiful women, and any one of them was not something that Rui's beauty could compare to. Especially when compared to Feng Nu's beauty, Rui was just the light of a firefly. Hearing Nian Bing's words, Ru Meng came to her senses and hurriedly dodged to block Nian Bing's path. She squatted down and supported Rui to lean on her body. You are really willing to save my sister. Nian Bing nodded and said, Of course, I have no enmity with you. However, I hope that after your sister comes back to life, you will persuade her to not have the heart to disregard human life. Otherwise, the next time we meet, the word kill will fall on her head. Take off your clothes. As he said that, Nian Bing raised the Zhenyang saber in his left hand and pointed the stone of fire god at the hilt towards Rui's forehead. What other thing could be more effective than the stone of fire god to remove the cold poison? Under the effect of the fire element, the scorching hot air flowed down from between her eyebrows, and Rui's originally pale face suddenly became a little rosy. Seeing that Nian Bing really wanted to save her sister, Ru Meng immediately let out a sigh of relief and put down the long sword. With trembling hands, she took off her sister's clothes. After the outer long skirt was taken off, it was the inner garment, and after the inner garment was the undergarment. It was extremely troublesome, and Nian Bing was dumbstruck as he muttered, Girls are really troublesome. Miss Ru Meng, you'd better move quickly. Otherwise, the cold poison did not take her life, but she will die from excessive blood loss. I will have no other way. Hearing this, Ru Meng's hand stopped trembling and quickly removed the obstacles on her sister's body. When everything was removed, Nian Bing suddenly became sluggish for a moment. He had to admit that Miss Rui, who had the strength of a swordmaster, had a perfect figure. This was the first time he saw a girl's body, and he could not help but feel a little thirsty. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask on his face. Otherwise, Ru Meng would see his flushed face, and he did not know what to think. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bing forced himself to calm down and put the undulating peaks in front of him to the back of his mind. He swallowed his saliva and pressed his hands on Rui's delicate body, chanting the spell he was familiar with. After months of learning in the Magician's Guild, he was no longer the Nian Bing who was not familiar with ice spells. Great ice element, I beg you, melt your kind heart into water and turn it into a holy spring to heal the wounds. Under the witness of the goddess of water, appear, the source of healing, holy water spell. With the completion of the spell, a soft blue light condensed on Nian Bing's hands. In an instant, his hands turned completely white like jade. His hands trembled like waves and pressed on the air. A white halo floated around Rui's fair and plump body. Under the effect of the white light, the dozens of wounds of different depths stopped bleeding immediately. Nian Bing closed his eyes and let the gentle water element flow on his fingertips. When he felt that the holy water spell was completely formed, his hands moved. His hands touched the wounds on Rui's body. The milky white light replaced the bright red of the wounds, and the viscous holy water completely sealed the ghastly wounds. Soon, the milky white liquid completely merged into the wounds. One could almost see with the naked eye that the wounds of different depths were constantly healing. After taking a deep breath, Nian Bing felt a little tired. After all, he had used a few powerful spells consecutively and had used up a lot of his mana. That's enough. Help your sister put on her clothes. Don't touch her body for now. Let the holy water completely fuse with the wound. You can bring her back in about an hour. Rest assured, the holy water spell I used is a healing spell of the 5th step. It was originally used to treat internal injuries. For this kind of ordinary external injuries, the holy water spell is extravagant, but it won't leave a scar. Let her have a good sleep. When she wakes up tomorrow, everything will be fine. Hearing that there wouldn't even be a scar left, Ru Meng's eyes immediately showed a grateful look. At this time, she completely believed that Nian Bing didn't mean to hurt them. Mr. Demon Killer Envoy, thank you. I thank you on behalf of my sister. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Nian Bing said with some amusement, What is there to thank me for? Don't forget, I was the one who injured your sister. I hope she can learn her lesson. Miss Ru Meng, what kind of stimulation did your sister suffer before? Ru Meng hesitated for a moment. However, when she saw Nian Bing's clear gaze through the mask, a strong sense of trust surged in her heart. She sighed softly and said, It's like this. Our parents died because of the plague when my sister was 7 years old and I was 5 years old. When she was young, my sister was very strong. In order to take care of me, she begged on the street every day. At that time, she was like a boy. The little beggars of the same age around us didn't dare to bully us. My sister has always been very fierce to outsiders. Until my sister was 10 years old, we were taken in by our benefactor. Our benefactor took care of our food and clothing and taught us skills. This gave us the opportunity to stand out. Mr. Demon Killer Envoy, please don't ask us which side we belong to. Even if we die, my sister and I will never betray our benefactor. Nian Bing smiled and said, I'm not interested in that. I just want to know what kind of stimulation your sister suffered that made her become so hysterical. Ru Meng's eyes revealed a trace of tears. Among the orphans taken in by our benefactor, there was a very outstanding boy. He was very handsome. Moreover, his temperament was gentle. His ability was obvious to all. At the age of 20, he had already reached the realm of great swords master. At that time, we once said that one day he would definitely become a generation of swordsmen. At that time, I was 15 years old and my sister was 17 years old. I don't know when, but my sister had already secretly fallen in love with him, but she never dared to confess, burying her love in her heart. Because my sister knew that he liked the benefactor's daughter, although the benefactor's daughter only came back once a year, but at that time he was always the happiest. My sister knew that she couldn't compare with the benefactor's daughter, so she could only bury her feelings in her heart. Finally, 2 years ago, the benefactor's daughter came back home again. Being outstanding, he couldn't bear it anymore and confessed to the benefactor's daughter. However, what he received was rejection, a ruthless rejection, a rejection without any room for negotiation. At that time, he was greatly stimulated and ran out to drink alone. As the saying goes, caring makes one confused. My sister chased after him. That night, they didn't come back. Although my sister didn't say anything, I guessed that something had happened between them. Since then, my sister and the benefactor's relationship was established. I was very happy for my sister, but I always had a feeling that something was wrong. That year was the happiest year of my sister's life. They lived together and flew together while carrying out missions. My sister didn't forget to take care of me and didn't care about anything else. Seeing my sister so happy, I didn't have the heart to say anything. I just secretly prayed, hoping that my guess was wrong. However, things didn't go as I wished. After they dated for a whole year, When the benefactor's daughter came back home again, the outstanding man was just like before, caring for the benefactor's daughter in every possible way. Nothing had changed. The benefactor's daughter still didn't pay attention to him. After the benefactor's daughter left, my sister and the benefactor's daughter quarreled for the first time. I clearly remember that they quarreled very fiercely at that time. I was worried about my sister, so I kept listening under their window. My sister asked him why he still couldn't forget the benefactor's daughter. He heartlessly hurt my sister. He said to my sister that the relationship between him and my sister was just a substitute for the benefactor's daughter. She was just a sustenance for his feelings. He also said that in this life he would only love the benefactor's daughter. Even if he really married my sister in the future, he would only love the benefactor's daughter. My sister was a strong person. From that moment on, her heart died. She didn't say anything because he was the benefactor's person. My sister's killing intent had already dissipated. However, my sister asked the benefactor for a transfer and came here, using the identity of a prostitute to cover herself. She continued to work for the benefactor. I think if it wasn't to repay the benefactor, I'm afraid my sister would have already thought of committing suicide. I saw her crying in the middle of the night more than once. My sister was really suffering. Tonight, the friend you protected came to the brothel. He was really handsome, even more handsome than the person my sister once loved. His gentle smile was somewhat similar to that person's, so my sister's heart twitched and she wanted to kill him. Mr. Masha Envoy, I apologize to you and your friend on behalf of my sister. Please forgive my sister for her pitiful experience. In the future, I will definitely persuade her not to do stupid things again. After listening to Ru Meng's narration, Nian Bing's heart trembled slightly. Everyone had their own experience. If compared with Rui and Rui, perhaps she was luckier. Her eyes fell on Rui's still pale face. She didn't seem to be so hateful anymore. The trace of resentment in her heart completely disappeared. Nian Bing sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Ru Meng. I didn't know your sister had experienced so many hardships. I should apologize to her and sincerely wish her the best. I hope she can find a good home in the future. However, please tell your sister that all handsome men are not necessarily bad people. At least my friend isn't. Well, take your sister back. I will escort you. Be careful in the future." Ru Meng carefully picked up her sister and returned to the city under the escort of Nian Bing. After sending them back to the brothel, Nian Bing quietly left. At this time, the sky in the distance had already revealed a touch of white. Not in a hurry to return to the restaurant, Nian Bing found a quiet corner, put away his Masha Envoy outfit, sat cross-legged, and released his spirit to perceive everything around him. At the same time, he slowly restored his magical power. Although the recovery speed was slower, but because of the release of his spirit, he could perceive what was going on around him in advance, so it was relatively safer. When Nian Bing sensed that the streets were already bustling with activity, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. Waking up from meditation, the special nature of ice and fire made his magical power recover very quickly. At this time, he had reached the best state again. Standing up, he patted the dust off his body. Now it was time to go back. He believed that Rui should have also woken up, but he didn't know how her body was. After the first time using magic to hurt people, Nian Bing felt a little guilty. He was very sympathetic to Rui's experience. After all, he also had a similar experience. When they reached the main street, Nian Bing identified the direction and walked towards the hotel. He wasn't in a hurry. He had already digested most of the food he had eaten last night. He wanted to find a place to fill his stomach first. He would let Xue Jing wait. The worse her impression of him was, the more likely she would stop pestering him. Thinking of this, he simply slowed down his pace. There were quite a few places to buy breakfast. However, Nian Bing could tell from a few glances that the chefs in these breakfast shops were not very good at cooking. However, he had no choice but to make do with it for now. He casually found a relatively clean breakfast shop and sat down. He ordered a bowl of porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a plate of salted vegetables. These basic food, the taste should not be too bad. While eating the food he ordered, Nian Bing looked at the street. He suddenly found that across the street from this breakfast shop, there was a shop selling kitchenware. His heart was moved. He secretly thought that now that he had the space ring, he did not need to carry anything with him. Since that was the case, why not buy some kitchenware and put it in the space ring? After all, just a kitchen knife was not enough. Besides barbecuing, there was no way to effectively cook. Yes, buy some kitchenware and buy some seasonings. This way, it would be more convenient to carry them with him. Thinking of this, he sped up the movement of his mouth. After filling his stomach, he immediately crossed the street and walked into the kitchenware shop. The kitchenware shop looked very clean. On both sides of the wall, there were all kinds of kitchenware hanging. Although it wasn't a high grade, it was enough for ordinary cooking. A short man in his 40s came up and said, "Sir, do you want to buy kitchenware? We have everything here. You can choose whatever you want." Nian Bing casually picked up an iron pot and tapped it with his finger, making a crisp sound. He looked at the texture of the iron pot and could not help but shake his head. The quality was too poor. He was afraid that if his fire magic was just a little stronger, this pot would be destroyed. The short man saw that Nian Bing was not satisfied and quickly said, "Sir, if these ordinary goods are not to your discerning eyes, I have better ones here." "Oh, okay, let me see. It would be best if you have a full set. That way I can choose one by one." Nian Bing didn't have much hope. As long as the kitchen utensils were sturdy and resilient enough to withstand his ice and fire magic, it would be enough. The short man said, "What a coincidence! I have a set of authentic kitchenware from Sky Spring Pavilion. Please wait a moment." Sky Spring Pavilion? Nian Bing had heard ghost chef Cha Ji mention this name before. According to Cha Ji's description, Sky Spring Pavilion was one of the best kitchenware workshops in the world. The kitchenware they produced had high hardness, good rigidity, resistance to abrasion and corrosion, and other characteristics. Although they were not famous, they were still good kitchenware that was hard to come by. Most good chefs would use the kitchenware they produced there. Because Sky Spring Pavilion was extremely famous, the price of the kitchenware they produced was rather outrageous. Any one of them would cost a few gold coins, and the whole set would probably cost a few purple gold coins. Ordinary kitchenware only cost 2 or 3 silver coins to buy a set. The difference in price was 100 times. However, Nian Bing did not care about money. If the boss here could really take out the good things produced by Sky Spring Pavilion, he would not be stingy. As the saying goes, in order to do a good job, one must first sharpen the tools. For a chef, the better the tools, the more he could display his full ability when cooking. After a while, the short man came out with a pile of boxes that were taller than him. It looked like he was struggling. He placed the boxes on the ground and said while panting, "Sir, take a look. These are all good things produced by Sky Spring Pavilion. Although the price is a little higher, it is definitely worth the money." Nian Bing walked forward curiously and opened the box at the top. There was an iron pot inside, and the pot was completely gray. He turned the pot around and saw a diamond-shaped mark engraved on the bottom of the pot. The words Sky Spring Pavilion were engraved on it. This wok was obviously much heavier than the previous one. It was at least 4 times heavier than the previous one. The thickness of the wok was also more suitable. When Nian Bing held the handle, his wrist and the handle became one. It felt very comfortable. Nian Bing's wrist trembled slightly as he did the action of holding the wok. Everything was very natural and harmonious. This kind of heavy wok was exactly what Nian Bing liked. He tapped the body of the wok lightly. The quality of the metal was quite good. When he tapped the body of the wok, there was a deep and resounding echo. It was very comfortable to listen to. "Boss, is this kitchenware produced by Sky Spring Pavilion?" The boss was stunned for a moment and said, "Of course it is. This is the treasure that I specially bought from Sky Spring Pavilion. If not for the fact that you know how to make kitchenware, I would not take it out." Chapter 45. Nian Bing looked at him and said, "How much is this pot?" The boss probed. "This pot should be sold for a gold coin, but since you seem to be interested, I'll give you half price 5 silver coins. Isn't that cheap?" Nian Bing put the iron pot back into the box and said calmly, "Then you should keep this treasure of the store." After he finished speaking, he walked out without looking back. "Ah, Mister, don't go. The price is negotiable, just name a price." The boss hurriedly called out to Nian Bing. Nian Bing turned around and looked at him. "If you want a full set of tableware, I'll pay a gold coin. If you want to sell it, then sell it. If you don't want to sell it, then forget it. This is clearly a fake. It's not from Sky Spring Pavilion." The boss was dumbfounded. "Mister, you can't say things like that. How do you know that this is a fake?" Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, "The material is a product of Sky Spring Pavilion. The color is a bit darker than this, and it's also a bit heavier. Also, the mark is slightly different. Sky Spring Pavilion's mark should be a triangle. For your full set of tableware, a gold coin is already a very high price. If I'm not wrong, you must have bought it from somewhere at a low price." The boss said with a bitter face, "Mister, even if it's a fake, there are so many of them. 1 gold coin is too little." Nian Bing snorted, "You think it's too little? Then you'll have to find another buyer. For this kind of fake, I'll pay at most 8 silver coins elsewhere." After saying that, she pretended to leave. Okay. Feng Zhang, you're also the first customer today. I'll sell it to you for 1 gold coin. Sigh, I'm losing money." The boss reluctantly made a concession. Nian Bing took out a gold coin and handed it to the boss. She picked up a pile of kitchen utensils and left the shop, watching his back as he left. The short boss snorted and muttered to himself, "What an idiot!" Even though he knew it was a fake, he still bought it. "I only bought it for 3 silver coins. Now I've made a lot of money. Ha!" One had to know that 1 gold coin was enough for a family of 3 to live for half a month. After leaving the store, Nian Bing was also rejoicing. What an idiot! It was clearly the real thing, but he sold it as a fake. He had made a huge profit this time. The kitchen utensils of the Sky Spring Pavilion were not fake. The reason why he dared to bargain with the shop owner was because he knew that the shop owner was the owner of the shop. It was mainly because of the boss's offer. In the Heaven Spring Pavilion, even the purchase price would not be lower than 1 gold coin, but the owner wanted to sell a pot to him for 5 silver coins. Thinking about how Binglan City was a commercial city, he easily deduced that the Sky Spring Pavilion's kitchen utensils must have been bought from someone who didn't know how to cook. Sky Spring Pavilion was located in the Huarong Empire, and it was hard for ordinary people to see their products. Nian Bing knew that the owner didn't know what was good for him, so she naturally lowered the price. After finding a place where no one was around, Nian Bing inspected every piece of kitchen utensils and put them into her space ring. This time, even if they had to sleep in the wild again, he wouldn't have to worry about not having the tools to cook. On the way back to the hotel, he bought all kinds of spices and seasonings that he needed. Inside the space ring, other than his precious knives, was simply a mobile kitchen. Silence. Are you awake? When Nian Bing returned to the hotel, it was already daytime, so naturally there were no security guards to stop him. He directly went to his room upstairs. When the door opened, Xu Weijing appeared in front of Nian Bing with a dissatisfied face. "Where did you go last night?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "I was sleeping on the sofa in the lobby." Xu Weijing snorted and said, "You're still lying. When I came back last night, I brought a blanket for you, but you disappeared. Where did you go?" As she said that, she pulled Nian Bing into the room. Hearing Xu Weijing's words, Nian Bing's heart couldn't help but feel warm. But when he thought of his freedom in the future, he hardened his heart and said, I just found a place to stay for the night. Shuejing frowned and said, It's so late. How can there be a place to stay? Hurry up and confess. Where did you go? Anxious to ask Nianbing where he went last night, she didn't even close the door. Brothel, is that okay? Don't you think you're annoying? Nianbing pretended to be impatient. What? Shuejing's voice suddenly became sharp. You say it again. Where did you go? Brothel. What's wrong? It's more comfortable to sleep there. Nianbing put on an indifferent expression. Shuejing's originally rosy face suddenly became a little pale. She raised her hand and pointed at Nianbing. You actually went to that kind of place, you. Nianbing said indifferently, It's my freedom to go wherever I want. Although we're friends. But you don't have the right to restrict my freedom. I'm also a man. Isn't it normal to go to a brothel? Shuejing's voice trembled. Good Nianbing. I came all the way here to chase you, and you actually treat me like this? Nianbing blinked his eyes. It's not as exaggerated as Qianli, right? Silence, I said. This is my own matter. I treat you as a friend, so I told you the truth. Anger made Shuejing's pale face turn red. Last night, I asked you to stay with me, but you made all sorts of excuses. But you went to a brothel. Why? You tell me why. Nianbing walked to the side and sat down. At this time, he was also a little nervous. He didn't know if he should continue, so he took a deep breath and said, It's very simple. We're friends, and prostitutes don't need to take responsibility. You. With a whoosh, the sword was unsheathed. Shuejing pointed at Nianbing. In your eyes, I'm not even as good as a prostitute. Nianbing shook his head and said, No, silence. You have to understand that there's no other relationship between us besides being friends. I don't feel that I did anything wrong. This is the second time you've pointed a sword at me. I also want to ask you a question. What right do you have to interfere with my freedom? I've never said that I'm a gentleman, nor did I force you to walk with me. If you're not satisfied, you can leave at any time. I think Uncle Shui is looking forward to your return. I'll kill you. Shuejing had already lost her reason in her rage. Nianbing originally wanted to take advantage of her fiery temper, but he didn't know why, but now he felt somewhat unbearable in his heart. The sword, with a red light of dou qi, directly pierced Nianbing's chest. Shuejing, who was in a rage, had long since lost her misgivings. Just as Nianbing was about to activate the ice wall scroll, a blue ray of light blocked in front of him without any warning. There was a soft ding sound. Shuejing's sword unexpectedly flew away and stabbed into the wall at the side. With a flash of blue light, a long sword was placed on her shoulder. The qi completely locked Shuejing, making her unable to move an inch. Nianbing looked at the person in front of him in surprise. President Carlo. The person who came was Carlo. His gaze fell on Shuejing. He calmly said, Fire attribute dou qi, drifting erratically like clouds, but when it erupts, it's like toppling mountains and overturning seas. This should be fire cloud dou qi. What's your relationship with blood devouring, soul extinguishing, snow martial snow? Nianbing's breath stimulated Shuejing's body. He glared at Carlo in front of him. It's none of your business. Get lost. I'm going to kill him. Carlo somewhat pondered and looked at Nianbing. Noisy is noisy. Why do you have to fight? Are you willing to kill him? If it's just a misunderstanding, just make it clear. Little girl, emotional matters can't be solved by impulse. He, who was experienced in accidents, had already read a lot of things from Shuejing's love-hate eyes. Shuejing stared blankly for a moment and angrily said, Get lost. What misunderstanding? He himself admitted to going to the brothel. Is this still a misunderstanding? Let me go. I'm going to kill him. Nianbing stood up, walked to Carlo's side, and said, Silence, calm down. I have my own life. You also have your own life. We don't belong to the same world. If what I did made you angry, then I'm willing to apologize to you. But I will never change anything because of you, and at the same time, I don't want you to change because of me. President Carlo, let her go. The sword light in Carlo's hand disappeared, and the breath that locked onto Xu Ejing's body disappeared. Nian Bing walked to the side, pulled the sword from the wall, and handed it to Xu Ejing. I have a protection scroll on me. You can't hurt me. I'm sorry, Jingjing. Perhaps I've disappointed you, but this is my nature. Rather than letting you know me in the future, it's better to make it clear now. Taking the sword from Nian Bing, Xu Ejing's hand was slightly trembling. Why? Why do you all treat me like this? What's wrong with me? Am I not good enough for you? As soon as I heard the news of you leaving, I immediately chased after you. I was more willing to accompany you to the Ottoman Empire, but what about you? What did you do? Are you worthy of my heart? Nian Bing was silent and secretly said in his heart, I'm sorry, Silence. I don't want to reject you, but I don't have the qualifications to accept your love now. There's only hatred in my heart for the revenge of my parents. I can't let anything distract me. Silence. You will definitely find a better home than me. I will always bless you. In Nian Bing's heart, the woman with the highest position was undoubtedly Feng Nu. Maybe because Feng Nu was the first girl he saw, or maybe because Feng Nu was the most beautiful girl among all. In his heart, Feng Nu's position was almost unshakable. Even so, Nian Bing did not express anything to Feng Nu, because he knew that he did not have the qualifications. Before he avenged his parents, he did not have the qualifications to find his own love. Everything had to wait until after he took revenge. But even he did not know how long that would take, so he did not want to hurt any girl, so he could only choose to escape and withdraw, and work hard to improve his own strength. That was what he pursued. Seeing that Nian Bing did not speak, Xu Ejing's anger in her heart increased, and the combat energy on her sword loomed. But she, who had always done things according to her own preferences, could not stab out, no matter how hard she tried. It was not because of the unfathomable Carlo beside her, nor was it because of the magic scroll hidden by Nian Bing. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, although she was angry in her heart, she did not know why, but an indescribable feeling made her unable to make up her mind to hurt him. Tears rolled down her face. She wedging fiercely threw the sword to the ground, and let the tears flow, turning into a red cloud and floating away. The person who had always wanted to get rid of was gone, but Nian Bing's heart was even heavier. Silence, have a safe journey, and return to Ice City as soon as possible. That is the place where you belong. Carlo took 2 steps forward, picked up the sword on the ground, and looked at it carefully, then said, Not a bad sword, fire attribute. The sword itself was made with crimson steel using the 100 refinements method. Using this sword can make the fire attribute combat energy better. Rare weapon. Mr. Magician, don't you think it's a pity? Nian Bing sighed, took the sword in her hand, and said, It has already happened. There is no pity. The sword is a good sword, but I'm not a good person. Call me Nian Bing. Carlo smiled slightly and said, This girl's appearance is not bad, I can see, although her temper is a bit fiery. But her nature is still very good. Why do you have to be thousands of miles away from her? Am I? You also heard it. She lost her temper because I went to the brothel last night. I am sorry for her. Her choice to leave is the most correct. How can a person like me be worthy of her love? Carlo's smile was even wider. This thing is a few decades older than you, and has some attainments in the art of observing people. Although you look very gentle on the surface, there is a kind of pride in your bones that others don't have. People can't be proud, but they must have a lofty character. I don't think a person like you will go to the brothel to do meaningless things. Am I right? If my guess is correct, you seem to be because you don't want to implicate that girl, so you forced her to leave. Old fox, this was Nian Bing's evaluation of Carlo. These are my private affairs. President Carlo doesn't need to ask more. You came to find me. Presumably you have already prepared those things, right? Carlo smiled slightly and said, Of course, I don't know if Mr. Nian Bing is ready. Bring it in. At his call, a tall and sturdy man walked in from outside, carrying a cloth bag on his shoulder. Without opening it, Nian Bing could already feel the magic aura in that cloth bag. The things you want are already here. Nian Bing nodded, glanced at the cloth bag on the table, waved her right hand, and suddenly 7 magic scrolls appeared in her hand. These magic scrolls were completely made of the highest grade white scrolls. "President, you can take a look, but don't accidentally touch it. I'll tell you what kind of magic these scrolls represent later." Seeing that Nian Bing didn't look at the cloth bag he brought, Carlo smiled and said, "Since you trust me, why wouldn't I trust you? Mr. Nian Bing, I am very happy to have completed our first transaction. In the future, if you still have magic items to sell, I welcome you at any time. Price is not an issue." Nian Bing nodded and said, "In that case, I won't see you out, President." Right now, she just wanted to be alone. Carlo said, "Mr. Nian Bing, yesterday I heard you say that you still have several special magic scrolls you want to sell. I don't know what effect these magic scrolls have. If possible, I will certainly give a very reasonable price. Of course, this will depend on the quality of the magic scrolls." Nian Bing shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, I don't want to sell those magic scrolls. Maybe there will be an opportunity in the future. You also know that I don't lack money. I just need some raw materials for magic items." Carlo didn't say anything more, smiled, and said, "I hope our guild can cooperate happily with your master. After leaving here, I will immediately rush to Ice Snow City." Nian Bing's heart moved and said, "President Carlo, if you meet that girl on the way to Ice Snow City, I will trouble you to help me take care of her. In the future, Nian Bing will repay you." Carlo nodded. He could see that Nian Bing was in a bad mood, so he didn't say anything more and left the room with his men. Xu Ejing left. She also got the magic scrolls she wanted. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but Nian Bing's heart was somewhat blocked. She opened the cloth bag and showed the magic scrolls in front of her. What should she do when she was in a bad mood? Naturally, it was best to have some things to resolve. At present, making magic scrolls was the best choice. Only by turning each and every one of those blank scrolls into something they needed could they better survive on this continent. Nian Bing once again made magic scrolls. He had high expectations for himself. A single magic scroll was no longer what he pursued. Although the highest level he could make was still grade 6, this time he integrated many of his own ideas into the various magic scrolls. 3 days. For 3 whole days, Nian Bing didn't take a step out of her room. Every day, she asked the hotel staff to send her food and drink to her room. On the first day, she was still a little depressed, but from the second day onwards, she forgot all her worries and completely devoted herself to making magic scrolls. The more complex the magic scroll, the more difficult it was to make it. At the same time, the success rate would also be lower. Even with his profound magic control and some magic scrolls with special effects, he would not be able to use them. The success rate was less than 1/3. 3 days had passed. Nian Bing looked at the more than 20 magic scrolls that were successfully completed in front of her. A faint smile appeared on her pale face. Although only about 20 magic scrolls were made out of the many white magic scrolls, she firmly believed that any one of the finished products in front of her would be comparable to the price of all the previous white magic scrolls. She carefully put these scrolls into the space ring, took out a few more, and wore them on her body. She was done. The things she needed had been completed. It was time to set off. The Ottoman Empire was her destination. Before she went to the Ottoman Empire, there was one more thing she had to do, and that was to pursue her other dream. It could also be said that she was pursuing it on behalf of her master, Chaji. The famous snack in Ice Orchid City was the last place she would stop at before she left. After paying the bill, Nian Bing quietly left the Lanshin Hotel. When she passed by the Lanshin restaurant, she clearly saw that there were a few more types of chicken wings on the signboard. They were completely transformed from the chicken wings she made that day. Although she could imagine that these chicken wings made by ordinary chefs would definitely not be as good as her own, but compared to the original, it was obviously much better. This could be considered as her contribution to this city. Hopefully, the food wouldn't disappoint her. While thinking, Nian Bing walked along the street towards the south of the city. The streets were still as noisy and lively as before. Various caravans could be seen everywhere. Carriages carrying goods would often block the streets and block the traffic. Every time this happened, there would be officials from Ice Orchid City to help improve the traffic situation. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. This commercial city was still running smoothly. Nian Bing looked at everything around him and secretly told himself that the next time he entered the Ice Moon Empire through Ice Orchid City, it would probably be the time he went to the Ice God Tower to avenge his parents. With a slight smile, Nian Bing walked forward. He didn't know how long he would have to walk. After confirming the direction, he knew that there would be an end to the south of the city. When Nian Bing arrived at the south of the city, his breathing was already a little uneven. He really wanted to yell, "I hate big cities. Why do I have to walk so far?" He asked a passerby for the exact location of the Stair restaurant. Only then did he find his way to his destination. The decoration of the restaurant was much better than that of the Lanshin restaurant. However, this seemed to be an open-air restaurant. There was a huge sign in the middle of the archway at the entrance. It was a big, oval-shaped eye that was about 1 square meter in size. It was extremely eye-catching hanging there. On both sides of the big eye, there were 2 big words, "Stare" and "Eye." What a unique feature! This was Nian Bing's first impression. When he walked through the door, this feeling became even stronger. It wasn't his first time seeing such a full meal. What appeared in front of him was a huge courtyard without a roof. The tables were very scattered. As long as there were customers, there would be a big pot on the table. No matter how many customers there would be a waiter at the table staring at them. The customers' gazes would all land on the pot. It was indeed the definition of stare. However, why were they doing this? "Sir, are you here to eat the food of the Stair restaurant?" A waiter ran up. Nian Bing nodded and said, "It's my first time here. Can you give me an introduction first?" The waiter smiled and said, "Actually, it's very simple. We have special seasonings in this pot. After a long time of simmering, it becomes a stew. When you eat it, you can dilute it with boiling water. Then you can put in liver, intestines, stomach, lungs, meat slices, tofu, vegetables, and some high-grade ingredients. The best is abalone. There is only 1 abalone in the pot. As long as you can pick it up, we will put in another one. Then it will be heated by the stove below. The various ingredients in the pot will churn along with the boiling water. For every silver coin, you can use your chopsticks 10 times. You cannot stay in the boiling water. You can eat whatever you pick. If you're lucky, you'll naturally be able to eat good food. If you're unlucky, it's possible for you to eat vegetables 10 times in a row." Nian Bing looked at the waiter in surprise and said, "This is indeed very fresh. Then give me a pot. I'll try it." He came to an empty table and sat down. After a while, the waiter brought over a fire. Then he put a big pot on the fire and heated it. The soup in the pot was brownish yellow, and waves of fragrance assailed their nostrils. Judging from the fragrance, Nian Bing was certain that there were medicinal ingredients in the base of the pot. Was medicinal cuisine popular in the Ice Moon Empire now? The soup in the pot gradually churned. Nian Bing picked up a sesame seed cake with his left hand. He picked up a pair of chopsticks with his right hand and carefully looked at the ingredients churning in the soup. There was a lot of soup, but relatively few ingredients. The temperature of the fire below was not low. No wonder they had to eat in the open air. If they ate in the house with so many fires, the problem of temperature alone would be very difficult to solve. It seemed that he really had to widen his eyes in order to eat. In terms of eyesight and accuracy, perhaps even a martial arts expert could not compare to Nian Bing. With a flip of his wrist, the chopsticks reached out and retracted like lightning. The only small abalone in the pot was picked up by him. Ignoring the waiter's surprised expression, Nian Bing blew off the heat on the abalone and put it into his mouth to chew. The taste was not as good as he had imagined, but it was still passable. Nian Bing immediately judged that. The main reason why this dish could attract customers was because it was novel. In terms of taste, it could only be considered passable. The taste of the medicinal ingredients in the soup was not completely absorbed by the ingredients. Because it was cooked in advance and the control of the fire was not very good, the freshness of the abalone had been somewhat lost. When Nien Bing picked up the 8th abalone and put it into his mouth, the waiter's expression was extremely ugly. As expected of this dish, his eyes were already very wide open, but he still could not see how Nien Bing picked up the precious abalone among all the ingredients. It must be known that every time he put in an abalone, he would stir all the ingredients. Moreover, the abalone was very slippery in the soup. It was not easy to pick it up, let alone pick it up in an instant. Fortunately, Nien Bing picked up a piece of vegetable leaf and a piece of meat in the last 2 times. Otherwise, this dish would have become a feast of 10 abalones. After drinking a bowl of soup and eating the sesame seed cake, Nien Bing let out a satisfied breath and said to the waiter beside him, "The soup tastes better than the ingredients. This is originally a pretty good dish, but unfortunately it is impossible to control the fire in this way. Naturally, it is a bit inferior. Let me give you a suggestion. It is best to add some ginger slices into the soup. Not only will it have the effect of dispelling the cold, but it will also taste better." After he finished speaking, he ignored the waiter's surprised gaze and put a silver coin on the table, got up and left. Even though Nien Bing wasn't too surprised by eating with his eyes, he was still enlightened by this new way of eating. After leaving the city, Nien Bing took a deep breath. Compared to the turbid air in the city, the wilderness was much fresher. The bright sun hung high in the sky, and it was already close to noon. After tasting this dish, he was in high spirits. His target was the capital of the Ottoman Empire. Let's go. Not far into the Ottoman Empire, Nien Bing suddenly felt an austere aura. The aura was very thick, and the surrounding trees seemed to be very quiet. It was as if even the chirping of insects and birds did not exist. Under what circumstances would such a feeling appear? His heart slightly tightened as he thought of the answer. An army. This kind of situation could only occur near where the army was stationed. Moreover, the army here must have gone through the test of iron and blood to be able to emit such a strong, murderous aura. It seemed that the border between the Ottoman Empire and the Ice Moon Empire was not as peaceful as he had imagined. While he was thinking, the sound of horse hooves came from the front. As the sound of horse hooves became clearer, Nien Bing saw a cloud of dust rising from the road. The dust was very straight, and it was coming towards him. Was that a cavalry? Thinking of the word cavalry, Nien Bing could not help but recall the day more than 8 years ago. That was the first time he went to Ice Snow City with his master. The Silver Feather Knights had left a deep impression in his heart, especially the aunt that he treated as his mother. She was so kind, just like his mother. The dust was getting closer and closer, and Nien Bing saw that it was a group of cavalry. There were only 10 of them in total, and they were lined up neatly. They were all wearing black armor. Although they were not heavy armor, they still looked quite heavy. They were rushing towards him at high speed. The knights on the horses were in high spirits, and they did not wear helmets. The straight line of dust appeared from under the feet of their horses. The 10 of them were in a row, and the dust was not scattered at all. Even the posture of their horses was exactly the same. It was obvious that this was a group that had been trained for a long time. Nien Bing dodged to the side. He did not want these cavalry to misunderstand anything. Since the day he left Ice Snow City, he had told himself that he should avoid as much trouble as possible. The less trouble there was, the better he could achieve his goal. If you don't provoke others, will others not provoke you? Not necessarily. Stop! The leading knight suddenly shouted. The front hooves of the 10 horses were lifted up high at the same time, and they landed to the side. They were originally galloping at high speed, but they abruptly stopped not far away from Nien Bing. The leading knight had long red hair and was much taller than Nien Bing. Because of the sudden stop of the horses, the armor on his body made a clanking sound. He flipped off the horse and walked towards Nian Bing. "Little brother, how far are we from Ice Orchid City?" The knight's voice was still considered polite. Nian Bing said, "It's not far. Follow the main road. With your speed, you will arrive in about an hour." The knight looked at Nian Bing with a puzzled gaze. "Did you just come from there? Are you from the Ice Moon Empire?" Nian Bing shook his head. Of course, he could not confirm the knight's words. There was no blonde person in the Ice Moon Empire. "No, I am from the Huarong Empire. If there is nothing else, I will continue on my way." Hearing the words Huarong Empire, the knight's expression changed. "Huarong Empire? Then you don't have to go. Come back to Ice Orchid City with us." Nian Bing was slightly stunned and asked, "Why?" The knight snorted and said, "I am the captain of the Ice Moon Empire's Iron Blood Knights, Omu. Now that the Huarong Empire has suddenly allied with the Cairo Empire and launched an attack on the Ottoman Empire, we are returning to the Empire to pass on the news. At this time, you suddenly appeared at the border between our two empires, and you are from the Huarong Empire. You must come with us. If we find out that you have nothing to do with this, we will let you go." Nian Bing frowned and said, "But I don't know about the war. From what you said, it seems that the war has not been going on for long. I am far away in the Ice Moon Empire, so how can I know? I am definitely not a spy like you think." Chapter 46. Is that so? No matter what, it's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let go of one. Come back to Ice Orchid City with us first. If we find out that you're not a spy, we won't make things difficult for you." Nian Bing said indifferently, "Go back with you? Let you put me under house arrest? I'm sorry. I have something to do and have to hurry. If you insist on taking me away, please take a look at this first." As she spoke, she raised her right hand, and the badge of the Magician's Guild appeared in her palm. The knight saw the badge that Nian Bing took out and couldn't help but be stunned. "Magician? You're a magician?" Nian Bing said, "To be precise, I'm a magician from the Ice Moon Empire's Magician's Guild. I think this badge can represent everything." The knight hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "We've left the Empire for some time. Who knows where your badge came from? Please come with us and confirm the authenticity of your badge." Nian Bing's eyes were cold. "So, you insist on taking me back to Ice Orchid City? A magician's dignity can't be blasphemed. I'm sorry, I can't go back with you." The knight laughed. "Magician? You're just a magician from the Magician's Guild. Do you think your status is noble? Maybe in other empires, but in the Ice Moon Empire, your Magician's Guild is just a vassal. Unless you have the symbol of the Ice God Tower, even if your president is here, he still has to come with us." Hearing this, Nian Bing finally understood why Long Ji had compromised with her. The status of the Ice Moon Empire's Magician's Guild was so low. Even the squadron leader of a knight regiment looked down on them. How could those bigwigs have a good attitude towards the guild? In fact, it was also the knight's fault for not seeing clearly. If he had recognized that Nian Bing was holding an elder's badge, he would not have been so arrogant. An elder represented a sorcerer, and he was only a sword master. Wasn't he looking for death by challenging a sorcerer? Insulting a sorcerer is a shameful act. You will pay the price. For the first time, Nian Bing took out her morning dew dagger and Jinyang saber at the same time and held them upside down. Now, the two peerless divine blades were about to display their second effect. Therefore, they should be called the sigh of the ice goddess and the roar of the fire god. The knight snorted coldly. Although he was wearing armor, his speed was not slow at all. He directly grabbed Nian Bing. A fist-sized fireball shot out from the fire god's roar. The fireball flashed as it met the knight's large hand. Instant casting a Tier 1 spell was nothing to Nian Bing. To the knight, a Tier 1 spell could not break through his defense. However, was Nian Bing's attack really that simple? The answer was no. When the fireball appeared, The sai of the ice goddess in his right hand transformed into an icicle. Due to its special shape, the icicle was more suitable for flight. When the fireball came into contact with the knight's palm, it instantly collided with the fireball. Boom! A loud sound was accompanied by a mournful scream. The knight, who had thought that he would win, lost his right hand. Together with his armor, he was blasted into ashes. The baptism of ice and fire caused him to retreat a few steps and sit on the ground. His whole body was twitching nonstop. These days, Nian Bing had been in contact with warriors the most. He had been thinking, how could he compete with warriors who were good at close combat? Magic scrolls were obviously the best choice. However, scrolls were limited. If one day he lost the protection of a scroll, what would happen? Therefore, he began to study magic. From the day he left Ice City, he came up with a good idea, and that was to make full use of the same origin of ice and fire. The basis of the same origin of ice and fire was the balance of ice and fire. The two spells must have the same energy to produce an explosive effect. Nian Bing understood this point very well. Therefore, when he was casting the same origin of ice and fire, balancing the power of the two spells was the most troublesome thing for him. After separating from Kitty, Nian Bing suddenly thought of something. Did magic have to be pursued to a high level in order to be powerful? No, this was not absolute. Since he had the special ability of the same origin of ice and fire, if he could use this ability in a low-level spell, then the effect would be the same. From that day onwards, Nian Bing kept experimenting. Through his experiments, he found that it was much easier for low-level spells to produce the same origin of ice and fire than high-level spells. Especially now, when he used the sigh of the snow goddess and the roar of the fire god at the same time. He only needed to use a tier, one spell each, and they were in a state of balance. When these two tier, one spells collided, they could produce a power that was not inferior to a tier, 3 bursting flames. This kind of explosion might not be much to a martial arts expert, but it was more than enough to deal with a swordsman, especially when the opponent underestimated him. The most frightening thing was that after Nian Bing succeeded in his research, he began to study the characteristics of ice and fire that Longji had mentioned. Just like when cooking food, the taste of the food itself had to be completely revealed. Similarly, the same origin of ice and fire magic also had to completely reveal the essence of ice and fire. Only then could it truly have the power of the same origin of ice and fire. Kitty's father, Hillard, had also given Nian Bing the same advice. Under his guidance, Nian Bing no longer pursued high-level spells, but developed small spells instead. Only by starting small, when the small spells had completely released the power of the same origin of ice and fire, would the high-level spells be able to explode with greater power. Therefore, these days he rarely used the same origin of ice and fire magic to cultivate. Instead, he cultivated a single type of spell separately, fully understanding their characteristics. That day, Nian Bing's first sacrifice after his research was Rui. At that time, in order to conceal his identity, Nian Bing only used ice magic. If it was in the past, although his blizzard would still hurt Rui, it would definitely not be fatal. However, that day was different. The blizzard fully displayed the characteristics of ice. The powerful ice ability directly forced the cold poison into Rui's body, almost taking her life. And today, Nian Bing experimented with the first level of the same origin of ice and fire magic for the first time after he formed it. The explosive force blew up the knight's hand. In an instant, the two extreme energies of ice and fire simultaneously entered the knight's body under the control of Nian Bing's powerful spiritual power. Whether it was ice followed by fire or fire followed by ice, the feeling was definitely not pleasant. When two extreme energies fused together, it was much more terrifying than a single one. In fact, the body of the squadron leader was being infiltrated by the cold poison and the fire poison. Although only one of his hands was blown off, he had already lost the ability to continue fighting. From this blow, Nian Bing finally stepped into the door of the same origin of ice and fire magic. Seeing that their captain was injured, the remaining 9 knights rushed over at the same time. Although they did not have the strength of a swordsman, they were warriors of the Ice Moon Empire's Iron Blood Knight Regiment. They also had the ability of a senior warrior, especially their cooperation. After many years of training and life, they had already become one. 9 swords attacked Nian Bing at the same time. Although they had not yet reached the level of releasing fighting aura, 9 senior warriors attacking at the same time, coupled with the tacit understanding of the battle formation. Even a great swordsman would not be able to do anything to them in a short period of time. It was a pity that these 9 high-level warriors didn't encounter a warrior. A battle between warriors could never be compared to a battle between magicians and warriors. The consumption of a tear, one spell, was very small for a great magician. At the same time, the biggest advantage of a spell that did not require chanting was that it could be released continuously. Dozens of fireballs flew out like a continuous barrage of cannons, amplified by the roar of the god of fire. The top-grade fire gemstone was not used to save Nian Bing's magic, but it could make the magic more condensed and the attack more powerful. Just like how a tear, one fireball spell, could not do anything to the swordsman squadron leader. They could not do anything to these senior warriors in front of him. However, when a tier 1 fireball was followed by a large number of icicles, everything would become different. As the initiator, Nian Bing clearly grasped the changes of each fireball and icicle. If it was someone who did not understand magic, perhaps they would think that a magician of the same origin of ice and fire magic was at most equivalent to an ice magician of the same level and a fire magician of the same level. But this was absolutely not correct. If an ice magician met a fire magician, what would happen if they used the same amount of magic to release a tier 1 spell? It was very simple. The 2 spells would cancel each other out because of their respective extremes. The biggest characteristic of a magician of the same origin of ice and fire was that he could change this situation. Under the control of his spiritual power, he could fully feel the situation of the 2 spells he released. Now, what Nian Bing wanted to do was to destroy. Dozens of loud noises brought up a lot of dust and smoke. The war horses were frightened and ran to the side. It had to be admitted that these well-trained war horses were of high quality. Although they were frightened, they still didn't run far. Unfortunately, their owners could no longer ride them. Blood and broken limbs outlined a tragic picture. None of the 9 senior fighters, the 9 fighters of the Iron Blood Knights, could see the sun of the next day. Nian Bing closed his eyes. He was never afraid of killing people. Since the first time he used ice and fire magic to destroy Liao San, killing people was just a release for him. But the scene in front of him was still too bloody. Although he didn't plan to leave anyone alive when he took out the 2 peerless divine blades, his heart was still heavy. He turned around and looked at the face that was distorted because of the pain or the death of his companions. He said indifferently, "Why do you have to force me? Now, do you still think that magicians are useless? Now, do you still look down on the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians' Union? No, you are a demon." As a platoon leader of the Knights, his mental fortitude shouldn't be so weak. However, everything that happened in front of him was incomprehensible to him. He didn't even understand what had just happened. His 9 companions had already lost their lives. Yes, I am a demon. To those that I hate, I am a demon. They are dead, and you are their squadron leader. In hell, they still need you to lead the way. Goodbye. As he said that, he walked along the main road. At this time, there was not a single person walking on the main road, perhaps because it was noon. A red fireball and a blue icicle fell from the sky, and in the same explosion, the last life was taken. Nian Bing didn't stop at all. The blizzard lifted his body into the air and flew into the distance. Nian Bing realized that he was getting better at killing people. It was as if the identity of the demon killer had gradually invaded his mind. If this was a magical experiment, there was no doubt that he had achieved great success. He would not be soft-hearted towards threats that could affect his freedom. However, he did not know that it was because of this operation that the Ice Moon Empire received news of the war at the front lines a few days later. This caused the Ottoman Empire to suffer heavy losses. This caused a deep crack to appear in the originally friendly relations between the two empires. Flying in the air, Nguyen Bing tried not to think about the scene when he killed Liao San. The first time he killed Liao San was completely engulfed by magic. He did not feel it too clearly, but the scene of flesh and blood splattering everywhere was so vivid. He was also a normal person. His chest felt tight, and he suppressed the nausea and turned his mind to the application of magic. The reason why the real ice and fire magic could be so effective was because of the uniqueness of the origin of ice and fire. However, it was also inseparable from his two peerless blades. Without the roar of the fire god and the sigh of the ice goddess, he would not be able to exert such great power. With his understanding of fire and ice magic, the true power of these two gems was gradually revealed. Their biggest feature was that under the influence of the same magic, they could manifest a completely different power. The higher the level of the magic, the more obvious it was. These two gems seemed to be able to absorb the magic elements in the air. The energy contained within them was endless, especially when they were combined with the blades. If he did not use these two magic staffs, he would only be able to cast the ice and fire magic at the beginning of the third step at most. But after using these two magic staffs, he was able to cast the ice and fire magic at the beginning of the fourth step. Of course, there was another reason why he was able to kill a swordsman and 9 elite warriors so easily, and that was because they underestimated him. After all, the ice and fire magic was not something that anyone could understand. Thinking about the mysteries of magic, Nguyen Bing's nausea gradually disappeared. Back when he killed Liao San, he had told himself that as long as someone was in his way, the easiest way to deal with them was to destroy them. Therefore, he did not show any mercy. He did not even hesitate after using the magic. The hatred in his heart seemed to be released in the slaughter. As he was flying forward, Nguyen Bing's heart suddenly tightened. He subconsciously lifted his head to look in front of him and saw 3 magicians floating in his path. They were all holding magic staffs and looking at him with unfriendly expressions. They were wearing green, red, and blue magician robes, respectively. The insignia on their chests showed that the magician wearing the green magician robe was a great magician, just like him. The other 2 were only advanced magicians. Nguyen Bing calmed down slightly. He firmly believed that it wouldn't be too much of a problem for him to deal with these 3 magicians with his ice and fire magic. Thus, he decided to meet them head-on. When Nguyen Bing was about 30 meters away from the 3 magicians, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was because he saw an army camp that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was a camp where at least 100,000 soldiers were stationed. Because the 3 magicians were on a small hill, he did not notice them. Now that he saw them, he immediately thought of the killing intent he had felt before. Could it be that they were the army of the Ice Moon Empire? No, that was impossible. This was already the Ottoman Empire. Looking at the appearance of the camp, it seemed that they were moving in an orderly manner. The knight from before had said that the Hwarong Empire had joined forces with the Kiru Empire to attack the Ottoman Empire. It seemed that the army stationed here was going to support them. Their original purpose should have been to guard against the Ice Moon Empire. Stop! The leading wind magician, Nguyen Bing, raised his magic staff. Nguyen Bing controlled the blizzard to stop. He pretended to be surprised and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" Looking at the blizzard that had not dissipated under Nguyen Bing's feet, the wind magician asked in a deep voice, "You are an ice magician?" Nguyen Bing nodded and said, "That's right. This one is from the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild. I am preparing to head to your country. Do the 3 of you have any business with me?" The wind magician frowned and said, "Right now our army is marching. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, please come with us." What's so good about the Ice Moon Empire's Magician Guild? Wasn't it already in decline? Looking at your appearance, you should be an advanced magician. For such a young, advanced magician to stay in the Ice Moon Empire, there is no future for you." Nian Bing's mind raced. What should he do now? Should he go with them, reject them, or attack them directly like just now? With the power of ice and fire, he was confident that he could hit them before they could chant the spell. However, he reckoned that they had defensive magic scrolls. Once the battle dragged on, it would be very disadvantageous for him. After all, he was facing an army of 100,000. Even if each of them spat at him, he would drown. His master had said that no matter which country it was, as long as there were more than 10,000 soldiers, there would definitely be strong people. Thinking of this, the smile on his face became even friendlier. "Three magicians, may I ask, why would I follow you back to the camp?" The Wind Magician said, "Let go, we won't make things difficult for you. When the army starts its journey, we will naturally let you go. Of course, you have to show us the badge of your country's magician guild." Nian Bing thought to himself, with the level of his blizzard, if he sped up and escaped now, the other party shouldn't be able to do anything to him. Just as he had this thought, dozens of magicians in different clothes rose up from the main army of the Ottoman Empire. Most of them were wind magicians. It was obvious that they had all been cast by the wind magicians with the level 4 wind soaring spell, allowing them to maintain flight for a period of time. Running? Forget it. With so many magicians, wouldn't he be courting death? Thinking of this, Nian Bing nodded at the wind magician in front of him in a friendly manner and said, "Okay, I will definitely cooperate." The three magicians brought Nian Bing to the previous hillside, and Nian Bing showed his magic badge. However, this time, he showed the badge of a high-level magician. A few days before leaving Ice Snow City, Long Ji had told him to show the badge of an elder in the Ice Moon Empire. That way, he would be able to gain more respect, and it would be more convenient for him to do things. Once he left the Ice Moon Empire, he would have to show another high-level magician badge. After all, Nian Bing was still too young. An identity of a high-level magician was less likely to be noticed by others. Long Ji had told him that although the other empires seemed to be able to maintain peace on the surface, there wasn't a single empire that didn't want to annex the other empires. Even the Ottoman Empire, which was on good terms with the Ice Moon Empire, had the same idea. Thus, he definitely couldn't participate in this kind of political struggle. If he could hide as far away as possible, a war would happen sooner or later. Right now, the war has really started. Of the 5 great empires on the continent, in terms of strength, the strongest are the Hua Rong Empire and All-Ind Empire. As for the Ice Moon Empire, due to the existence of the only god's descent master, the Ice Goddess Priestess, their status is extremely high. Any country that wants to touch them would have to consider the terrifying god's descent technique. The Huarong Empire was the only one among the other 4 empires that had bought the Ice Goddess's altar. This was because they had a powerful army of fire mages. With 3 fire magi, as well as a large number of high mages and great mages, their overall strength wasn't inferior to the Ice God Tower at all. Nian Bing was very clear about the military strength of the Huarong Empire. When he was young, he heard from his father that the Huarong Empire's Order of the Flaming Lion was the number 1 knight order on the continent. It was also the only knight order that was equipped with magic cavalry. He didn't know if they had participated in the war this time. Furthermore, with the strength of the Kilu Empire, it wasn't something that All-Ind could resist. What was war? Nian Bing didn't really understand. However, he knew that his original plan had to be changed. Going to a place where there was war wouldn't be good for him. After the Wind Mage recognized Nian Bing's guild badge, he nodded to him and said with a smile, "You really are someone from the Ice Moon Empire. However, looking at your badge, you shouldn't be someone from the Ice God Tower." Nian Bing sighed softly and said, "My name is Nian Bing. I'm from the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Guild. Perhaps you also know that our guild situation hasn't been very good. This time, I was entrusted by someone to deliver a letter to your country's leader. What's going on? Why is your country's military strength being mobilized on such a large scale? He clearly knew the answer, but this was also where he was smart. The Wind Mage smiled and said, "Our president has met with your guild's president long before. We sympathize with your guild's current situation. With a place like the Ice God Tower, the magic guild of any other country wouldn't have a good time either. I heard that your guild's current situation is very bad. It seems that even the royal family's special funds have been confiscated." Nianbing nodded and said, "The situation is indeed not very good. Due to many reasons, the guild is gradually declining. This is something that can't be helped. Without the support of the country, an organization like our Magic Guild that consumes a lot of resources has no chance to develop. Because of this matter, our president has been worried." The Wind Mage wasn't tall. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s. There was a layer of faint green light circulating around his body. His appearance was very ordinary, but his eyes were very sharp. The most distinguishing feature was the large red mole between his eyebrows. He looked at Nianbing and said, "My name is Sangjia. As the saying goes, if a tree moves, it dies. If a person moves, he will live. Have you ever thought of changing the current situation? The royal family of the Ice Moon Empire relies too much on the Ice God Tower and won't pay any attention to you. Not now, not in the future. If President Long is willing, I think that our Ottoman Empire's Magic Guild is very willing to accept you. Perhaps you also know that our Ottoman Empire's wind mages are the main force, and your guild's president is a wind archmage. Our president has said more than once that if he could work with President Long, he would be very honored." Nianbing smiled. Although the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Guild was gradually declining, they still had over 100 mages. Moreover, there was a top-notch magic expert like Longji. It was very normal for other guilds to try to rope them in. "Great Mage Sangjia, I'm afraid that this will be very difficult. You also know that your country has always been on good terms with our empire. If our guild moves together, I'm afraid that it will affect the relationship between the two countries." Sangjia smiled faintly and said, "You don't have to worry about this. I hope that when you return, you can mention this matter to President Long. As long as he is willing, we will naturally have a way." Looking at the other party's cryptic smile, Nianbing felt that the relationship between the countries was very subtle. However, it would be very difficult for his suggestion to succeed. If Long Ji wanted to leave the Ice Moon Empire, he wouldn't have waited until today. As for the magic guild that he founded, he was extremely reluctant to leave. "All right, when I return, I will definitely pass on the message to the president. Thank you for your kind intentions." Sangjia turned his gaze to the Alland army that was moving quickly and orderly. The continent isn't going to be peaceful anymore. The Huarong Empire and Kilu Empire have jointly launched an attack on our country. I don't know what they are thinking. Isn't Huarong afraid that the Longmu Empire, who has always been at odds with them, will take this opportunity to launch a sneak attack, an ambush? Nianbing said in surprise, "Are you going to the battlefield?" Sangjia nodded and said, "We have already sent the knights from the Ice Moon Empire to guard the border to report back. Right now, the entire Allan Empire is gathering their forces and marching towards the battlefield. Fortunately, the Huarong Empire didn't send out their elite order of the Flaming Lion. However, I heard that more than 10 cities near our borders have already fallen. We will only know the exact situation when we reach the front lines." Nianbing asked curiously, "How many troops are participating in the war this time?" Sangjia said, "Quite a lot. The Huarong Empire and Kilu Empire's allied army has a total of 400,000 soldiers. They have split into 3 groups and are advancing into our territory. If it wasn't for the fact that the enemy is too strong, we wouldn't have to send the troops stationed here back. The Huarong Empire has always been on good terms with the Kilu Empire. They are mortal enemies with the Ice Moon Empire and the Longmu Empire. I really don't understand why they didn't choose the Longmu Empire and chose our country." Nian Bing lowered her head and said, I don't know anything about war. However, I believe that the invaders won't succeed. Sang Jia turned his head to look at Nian Bing. He found that this handsome young man looked very shy. He couldn't help but have a good impression of him. He smiled and said, Don't worry, nothing will happen. Your Ice Moon Empire definitely won't let the Hua Rong Empire and Kilu Empire destroy our country. Otherwise, we will become a springboard for those two empires. The next one to suffer will definitely be your empire. The Longmu Empire is good at defense and not good at offense. They can't really threaten the Hua Rong Empire and Kilu Empire. On the other hand, your empire's Ice God Tower has always had a deep enmity with the Huarong Empire's Blazing Sect. The Blazing Sect's position in the Huarong Empire is equal to the imperial family, if not for our Ottoman Empire and Longmu Empire standing in the middle. I'm afraid that the Huarong Empire and Ice Moon Empire would already be fighting to the death. Hearing the 3 words Blazing Sect, Nian Bing's facial muscles couldn't help but twitch. He didn't say anything else. Together with the 3 external magic of the Ottoman Empire, he waited for the military rank to leave. The 100,000-strong army left along the main road in a majestic manner, forming a winding route on the main road. The cavalry was at the very back. When the heavy cavalry and light cavalry corps left at the same time, the original Lao Zhe had become empty. Sang Jia took out a green whirlwind emblem and handed it to Nian Bing. After the war is over, even if your President Long doesn't want to join our guild, you can take this emblem with you. You'll find me at the end of the day, and I'll make the arrangements for you. All right, we have to leave. Oh, right, if you want to go to the capital, your next stop should be the nearby Ulan City. I suggest that you don't go there. If the letter you sent isn't urgent, it's best that you don't go to the capital for a short period of time. The war is tense now, and the security around the capital is very tight. As a foreign magician, I'm afraid that you won't be welcomed there. Therefore, I suggest that Little Bell go to Lanming City, which is not far from Ulan City, and wait for a period of time. It's best to wait until the war ends before making any plans. As Lanming City is at the rear, it can be said to be the Ottoman Empire's paradise. It has the Empire's best warrior and magic academies. You can go there and take a look when you have time. All right, we'll meet again someday. Almighty Wind, lend me your freedom, and drive the wind of freedom between heaven and earth. Let us grow a pair of wings to fly, far away from the hustle and bustle, far away from all the troubles. As he chanted the incantation, his inconspicuous magic staff emitted an intense green light, which not only enveloped him, but also the other 2 wind mages. Under the support of the green light, their speed suddenly increased. Going down the hillside, it was as if they really grew wings of the wind, gliding towards the large army in the distance. Seeing this situation, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Sang Jia's level of magic was higher than she had imagined. Although this Windwing spell was a 6th rank support spell, when used on 3 people at the same time, the amount of magic required was not as little as the 6th rank. Looking at his appearance, he should be able to enter the realm of a magic shooter very soon. His suggestion was well-intentioned. Although he had the intention to rope her in, according to what he said, now was indeed not a good time to go to the Ottoman Empire's capital. Chapter 47. Nian Bing took out the map from the space ring and carefully identified the location. Just as Sang Jia had said, Lanming City was parallel to Ulan City. If she wanted to go directly to the Ottoman Empire's capital, Ulan City, she would have to pass through Ulan City. This was the shortest distance. If she went through Lanming City, she would have to take a detour. However, to avoid being affected by the war, going to Lanming City now was obviously the best choice. Anyway, Luo Ro's wedding would only be held 2 years later. There was plenty of time. She might as well stay in Lanming City for a while and use this time to cultivate her magic. At the same time, she could also deepen her practice of cooking. Through the practice with Ming Hui, Nian Bing had certain understanding of the mysterious jade hand. Although he couldn't practice the mysterious jade hand as special as the mysterious jade hand, with his control of the fire element, the heat wouldn't affect him too much. If he practiced more, he might be able to achieve the effect of breaking the water and protecting his face. Lanmeng City. Let's go to Lanmeng City. Thinking of this, Nian Bing put away the map, chanted the blizzard spell, and went down the hill. The road from Binglan City to Lanmeng City was sparsely populated. Nian Bing had a map this time, so she didn't take the main road. Instead, she looked for a shortcut. She tried to use the blizzard spell to fly for a long time. However, the blizzard spell wasn't a wind elemental spell. Even if she tried her best, she could only fly for a little more than 2 hours. Even so, a 2-hour flight was equivalent to 2 days of walking. Nian Bing realized that this was a very good method of cultivation, and it was very beneficial to the increase of his mana. He decided to give up on walking, and relied purely on the snowstorm to travel. Whenever his mana ran out, he would find a secluded place and use a magic scroll to defend himself. Once his mana recovered, he would continue his journey. Relying on the speed of the blizzard, she reached her temporary destination 3 days later, Lanmeng City. Lanmeng City was already in sight from afar. Perhaps it was because this was the backyard of the Ottoman Empire. There wasn't much defense. The city walls weren't tall, only 10 meters or so. It couldn't be compared to Binglan City's level of defense. The city gates were wide open, and there weren't many people passing by. There were only 4 Ottoman Empire soldiers guarding the city gates. The people of the Ottoman Empire were not too different from the people of the Ice Moon Empire, except that they were shorter in stature. Their hair was mainly blue, purple, and black. The people of Åland who had blue hair were almost the same as the people of the Ice Moon Empire. It was extremely rare to see someone with blonde hair like him. Nian Bing strode towards Lanmeng City. Since she had decided to wait here until the end of the war, she had to find a cheap and good inn. While thinking, Nian Bing had already arrived at the gate of Lanmeng City. The guards didn't make things difficult for him because of his blonde hair. He didn't even look at him and just let him go in. Entering Lanmeng City, he immediately had a special feeling. The entire city seemed to be enveloped by a peaceful aura. It was close to noon, and there weren't many people on the street. However, from their faces, one could see a comfortable and satisfied smile. "Little brother, are you here to sign up?" Nian Bing was looking for an inn on the street when a strange voice suddenly appeared behind her. She turned around and saw a middle-aged man in his 30s looking at her. He was thin and small, and the smile on his face looked a little obscene. Before Nian Bing could speak, he took the initiative and said, "Looking at your appearance, you should be a foreigner. You must have come to our Lanmeng City to study. What do you want to learn? Martial arts? That's too common. Once you join the army, war is merciless. It's better to learn a skill that will be useful for the rest of your life." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Must one come to Lanmeng City to study?" The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you not here to study? For a foreigner of your age to come to Lanmeng City, other than to study, I really can't think of any other reason. Lanmeng City is known as the City of Academies, and that's not for nothing. We have academies for all kinds of professions in our city, especially the only comprehensive academy in the continent. It's the largest academy in the entire continent. Although the tuition fees are a little high, you'll definitely be able to learn the knowledge you need from there. Young people should learn more. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to learn when you enter society." The word City of Academies aroused Nian Bing's interest. "Then what can you learn from the comprehensive academy here?" The middle-aged man rubbed his hands, and his small eyes revealed a look of a target who had taken the bait. Although it was just a flash, it was still caught by Nian Bing. "Little brother, the most famous place in our Lanmeng City is Lanmeng Academy, which is the comprehensive academy that I mentioned to you just now. There are dozens of the most popular industries there, and each of them has very strong teaching staff. According to the different industries, the tuition fee is also different. Moreover, it's not something that can be enrolled just because you have money. You also need to pass a certain examination. If you can have a graduation certificate from Lanming Academy, you can find a suitable job for yourself no matter where you go in the future. Of course, the examination to enter the academy is a little difficult. If you don't pass the examination, it doesn't matter. Our Lanming city has many small academies that are involved in a wide range of industries and are not inferior to Lanming Academy. Moreover, the tuition fee is much lower. Sometimes the teachers of Lanming Academy will also come to these academies to teach some classes. How about it? Which industry are you interested in? Hearing this, Nian Bing couldn't help but recall that when she had just arrived at Ice Snow City, Xuejing had asked her which culinary school she had graduated from. She subconsciously asked, then, does Lanming Academy have a culinary department? Culinary? When the middle-aged man heard these two words, he couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't imagine that this tall and handsome young man in front of him would be interested in the culinary profession, which had always been at the bottom of the continent. However, his reaction was very fast. After being stunned for a moment, he hurriedly smiled and said, of course there is. Being a chef is also a very common profession. Do you want to learn culinary skills? No problem. In our academy city, there's nothing that you can't think of that we don't teach. How about it, little brother? Do you need me to introduce you? No matter if it's Lanming Academy or an ordinary small academy, I have connections. Nian Bing smiled slightly and said, then I'll have to trouble you to introduce me to Lanming Academy. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, this is simple. As an ordinary profession, the culinary department's fees are relatively low and modest. However, that's your own business. As long as you can pass the exam, if your results are outstanding, you may even be able to get the treatment of free tuition. However, as for the recommendation fee, speaking up to this point, he rubbed his fingers. When Nian Bing had started to tell her about the academy, she had already understood what this person did. However, he had just arrived here and wasn't familiar with everything. Listening to his explanation was very beneficial to her. At this moment, seeing the other party reveal his true colors, she couldn't help but smile and said, the recommendation fee is easy. As long as you can let me participate in the exam, that's enough. However, does this Lanming Academy enroll students at any time? Could it be that there are no special rules for this? The middle-aged man said, of course not. Lanming Academy is very special. No matter which department, you can take the exam at any time. As long as you pass, the department's tutor will arrange for you to enter the corresponding grade to study. The culinary department seems to be divided into 5 grades. However, I have to remind you that if you want to enter Lanming Academy, you must have a certain foundation in your profession. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to pass the exam. As for the recommendation fee, I'll charge you 1 gold coin. The price is cheap. With my recommendation, you can take the exam today. How about it? 1 gold coin? You might as well go and rob. Nian Bing said unhappily. She had only spent 1 gold coin to buy the entire Sky Spring Pavilion's kitchen utensils. This middle-aged man really knew how to demand an exorbitant price. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, my fee is very reasonable. It's definitely worth it. If you don't have my recommendation, you will need to wait until there are 10 people before you can take the exam. Every day you delay, won't you miss out on learning a lot of things? All right, how about this? Seeing that I met you the moment I arrived at the city gate, I'll give you a 20% discount. That's cheap enough. Nian Bing laughed. Cheap? 8 silver coins may not be much to some rich kids, but look at me robbing. Do I look like a rich kid? Moreover, rich kids probably don't learn culinary arts. 1 silver coin. This is the price I can afford. Any more and I won't do. I'd rather wait until there are 10 people. 1 silver coin? Kid, you're too stingy. Once he heard that Nian Bing could only pay so little, the middle-aged man's attitude immediately changed. His original little brother directly dropped to kid. Nian Bing said indifferently, "You just need to say a few good words for me. 1 silver coin is already quite a lot. If you don't want to, then forget it. I'll find it myself." The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. "All right, 1 silver coin it is, but I'll say it first. I'm only responsible for bringing you there. If you can't pass the exam or don't have the money to pay the tuition fee, I won't care. I won't refund you the money. Come, follow me." Saying that, he walked down the street towards the city. Did Nian Bing really care about money that much? Of course not. He just wanted to get his money's worth. A culinary school. Not bad. If he studied here, not only would he not have to look for a place to stay, he might even be able to interact with some culinary experts. Using the time at night to cultivate magic was indeed the best choice now. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be glad that he came to this city. Now he only hoped that the Lanming Academy was really like what the middle-aged man said, worthy of the title of the continent's #1 academy. Perhaps because Nian Bing paid too little, the middle-aged man didn't bother to waste his breath on him. He led him into the depths of Lanming City, through many twists and turns. As they walked, Nian Bing observed the surrounding environment. Soon, he discovered that although the middle-aged man was a little greedy, he wasn't lying. Along the way, he already saw no less than 10 places with academy signboards. Although they didn't look big, they were involved in various industries, including forging, magic, martial arts, politics, tailoring, commerce, etc. They even had some involvement in some of the more remote, small industries. The surroundings of these academies were also the more prosperous areas of Lanming City. He could often see similarly dressed young people walking on the streets. The logo on their clothes clearly stated the name of the academy. After walking all the way from the north of the city to the west, the middle-aged man finally stopped. "We're here. It's here." Nian Bing looked in the direction he was pointing, but didn't see any academy signboards. It was a very ordinary medium-sized restaurant with the words Ru Jia Restaurant hanging above it. There was no one at the entrance. "Here? Did you make a mistake? Is this an academy?" Nian Bing was a little displeased. The middle-aged man snorted and said exasperatedly, "Idiot, who said I'm taking you directly to the academy? If you don't go through the assessment, it's useless even if you go to the academy. This restaurant is Lanming Academy's culinary arts assessment site. Go on in. Give me the referral fee first, and I'll take you in to take the assessment." Nian Bing took out a silver coin and threw it to the middle-aged man. He wasn't afraid that this obscene fellow would go back on his word. His body wasn't as tough as those high-level warriors of the Iron Blood Knights. The middle-aged man tossed the silver coin in his hand and put it into his pocket with some dissatisfaction. "Follow me." He threw down a sentence indifferently and took the lead to walk towards Ru Jia Restaurant. When they entered the restaurant, it was more lively than Nian Bing had imagined. The restaurant's lobby was several hundred square meters, and the 50 to 60 tables were fully occupied. The service staff shuttled back and forth endlessly, and the business seemed to be quite good. The middle-aged man brought Nian Bing to the counter. Behind the counter stood a young girl. She wasn't tall and only reached Nian Bing's chest. She was wearing a blue shirt and pants without too many decorations, looking very plain. Her long blue hair was combed into a large braid that hung down her back. She had her head lowered and was fiddling with an abacus, as if she was calculating. "Miss Meng, hello. I've brought you a new student." The middle-aged man smiled apologetically and said to the young girl behind the counter. The young girl raised her head. When Nian Bing saw her appearance, his heart was suddenly stunned. This young girl in blue had a pair of big purple eyes. Her gaze was very calm and somewhat cold. Although she wasn't tall and wasn't as plump as Xu Edging, she naturally had a kind of otherworldly aura. When she saw the middle-aged man, the coldness in her purple eyes became more intense. "What are you doing here?" Haven't you been pulling people from the Martial Arts Academy recently? How come you have time to come to our place today?" The middle-aged man pointed to Nian Bing beside him and said, "Miss Meng, it's like this. Today I met this kid outside the city gate. He wants to enter the academy to learn cooking, so I brought him here." Miss Meng raised her head and looked at Nian Bing. From her cold eyes, Nian Bing didn't see any emotional fluctuations. You should bring him to the cosmetology department. There are many beauties there. Maybe he can charm a few of them. He can directly enter the academy without the examination. We don't accept trash here. You can take him away." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "I don't think he's cut out to be a chef. Anyway, I've already brought him here. Since you don't want to accept him, then it has nothing to do with me. Kid, you can't blame me. If you have the ability, then persuade Miss Ming yourself. She will be in charge of the examination this time." After saying this, the middle-aged man turned around and left, not giving Nian Bing a chance to react. Nian Bing didn't pay attention to the middle-aged man. Bringing her here was already enough for her. This cold and elegant Miss Meng made Nian Bing a little curious. From her body, Nian Bing could see that this Lan Meng Academy had some skills. He didn't pay attention to Miss Meng's appearance, but her hands. She had a pair of slender hands. Her nails were neatly trimmed. There were no ornaments on her hands. When she fiddled with the abacus, her fingers were extremely flexible. This was definitely a pair of hands that only a high-level chef could have. Seeing Nian Bing still standing there, Miss Meng couldn't help but frown. "Didn't you hear my words? You can go now. Don't stand here and be an eyesore. Why are you so tall?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "It doesn't seem to be my fault that I'm tall. Just now, that person said that as long as he brought me here, I can accept the examination. I haven't taken the examination yet, so how can I leave?" Miss Meng snorted and said, "I'll teach you a lesson. Just now, that guy is called Li San-er. He is a famous green-skinned chef in the city. By chance, he saved the dean of our academy. The dean unintentionally promised him that as long as it was a student brought by him, he could directly take the examination without waiting for 10 people. But who would have thought that he would seize this opportunity to make a living and charge a high referral fee? Presumably, you also spent a lot of money. However, your money was wasted. In the future, don't trust others so easily. This is a lesson for you." Nian Bing smiled and said, "A silver coin for a lesson, it doesn't seem cheap. Since Li San-er has the dean's permission, then I should be able to participate in the examination." Miss Meng said indifferently, "Your examination is already over, so you can go now. We don't accept incompetent people here. Even if you study for 5 years, you won't have any achievements. Being a chef may be a lowly profession, but not everyone can do this profession well." Nian Bing laughed in her heart. Even if her cooking skills hadn't reached the top, she certainly wasn't an incompetent person. She curiously asked, "Miss Meng, can you tell me how you tested me and determined that I'm not a chef material?" Miss Meng was obviously impatient. She coldly said, "It's very simple, your hands. Although your clothes are simple, a person's temperament won't be easily changed. Plus, your hands obviously haven't worked. A man wearing a ring, do you think you're very handsome? In my eyes, you're just an idiot in cooking. I see. You're engaged in some industries that focus on appearance, so there are still alternatives. Leave here, we don't welcome students like you." Nian Bing looked at his hands. He knew that this Miss Meng had already regarded him as a playboy. It was useless to explain anything now. Only facts could prove everything. "Miss Meng, no matter what, I spent a silver coin to buy this examination. If you let me go like this, I will definitely not give up. How about this? Give me a chance and let me try cooking a dish." Miss Meng looked at Nian Bing with some surprise. She didn't expect Nian Bing to be so persistent. She coldly said, "You don't have to go through so much trouble to cook. Do you see the cold dishes over there? As long as you can sell all the cold dishes in half an hour, it proves that you have the talent to be a chef. You can improve these cold dishes at will. Of course, the premise is that no one will die from eating them. Nian Bing looked in the direction of Miss Meng's finger. He saw that not far from the counter, there was another counter. The counter was covered with transparent gauze. There were more than 10 cold dishes inside. These were not ordinary small plates, but large plates. It seemed that each plate of cold dishes could be filled with more than 10 ordinary plates. In this way, at least each guest at the table had to buy more than 3 plates of cold dishes to sell all these. Selling these in half an hour was obviously difficult for him. Smiling slightly, Nian Bing didn't say anything. He went to the water route next to the counter and washed his hands. Then he went to the back of the cold dish counter. There was already a young chef behind the counter. He naturally heard Miss Meng's words. When he saw Nian Bing walk over, he gestured for him to take a seat. He then stood aside with an expression as if he was waiting to watch a good show. Simply looking at the style of the cold dishes in front of him, Nian Bing picked up the chopsticks and tasted each of them. He began his promotion process with confidence. First, he chose a plate of cold cucumber. He directly took the large tray out from behind the gauze curtain on the counter and put it on the counter. Then he said to the chef next to him, "Do you have a kitchen knife?" The chef froze for a moment and said, "This is to buy cold dishes, not cooked food. What do you want a kitchen knife for?" He didn't think that the handsome young man in front of him, who seemed to be younger than him, could do anything. Nian Bing smiled slightly and said, "How do you want me to sell without a kitchen knife? Please provide me with a kitchen knife. If I can't sell it in half an hour, I will naturally leave." "Give him a kitchen knife," Miss Meng's voice sounded. The young chef complied and ran to the back of the kitchen. After a while, he came back with a kitchen knife. Taking the kitchen knife, Nian Bing shook it in his hand. He spread the cucumber on the plate with the spoon used for cold dishes. Then he put his thumb on the back of the knife and his index finger on the edge of the knife. His middle finger, ring finger, and little finger clenched the handle of the knife, making the whole knife stand up. The wide and thick head of the knife was not suitable for him to use, but he didn't want to expose his magic, so he could only reluctantly do this. He turned his head to look at Miss Meng. She was looking at him, but now her eyes no longer had the disdain from before. Instead, it was replaced with a dignified look. It seemed that she had paid attention to the way he held the knife. "Green Dream Cucumber, does anyone want it?" Nian Bing raised his voice and shouted. The silence in the restaurant was suddenly broken. All the guests cast their eyes in his direction. Most of them had a look of disgust. However, their expressions soon turned into surprise because the knife in Nian Bing's hand moved. The wide and thick kitchen knife seemed to dance in Nian Bing's hand. The tip of the knife in front of him was like a spinning top. His wrist seemed to have no bones, changing into any position he wanted. The cold cucumber in the large tray did not splash out under the stimulation of the tip of the knife, but the originally diamond-shaped cucumber was changing shape. What was the Green Dream Cucumber? It was very simple. All the cucumbers turned into the word Meng, and the crumbs of the cucumber were cleverly picked to the side and separated from the cucumber itself. There was no effect at all. Nian Bing's hand was very steady. Almost every time it trembled, there would be a dozen cucumbers turned into the word Meng, but the kitchen knife in his hand was really not suitable. So the word Meng was not exactly the same. There were some differences in some places, but for now it was enough. The guests at the table near the cold dish counter saw it the most clearly. Just the knife in Nian Bing's hand was enough to attract them. One of the middle-aged men with a medium build got up and walked to the cold dish counter. When he saw the changes in the cucumbers on the plate, he suddenly opened his mouth in surprise. This was not completely in the category of cooking. Such exquisite knife skills were not something an ordinary person like him could understand. The knife in Nian Bing's hand stopped moving. He smiled and said, "Do you want a plate?" 1 silver coin for a plate. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. 1 silver coin? Are you kidding me? This was originally 3 copper coins a plate, but now it is twice as long. Nian Bing proudly said, "Do you think this word Meng is not worth 1 silver coin?" The middle-aged man, Nian Bing gave a thumbs up and said, "It is, young man. Your saber skills are truly marvelous. Give me a plate, 1 silver coin it is." Nian Bing smiled and handed over a plate of green dream cucumbers. He pointed to the counter and said, "Please give the money to Miss Meng. Who else needs this green dream cucumbers?" Several old guests nearby stood up. Even if they didn't buy, their curiosity urged them to come and see what was going on. When they saw the cucumbers with the word Meng, they couldn't help but be stunned. Such a magical knife skill made them open their pockets to buy a plate. Just when Nian Bing wanted to continue selling his handmade green dream cucumbers, Miss Meng's figure appeared in front of him. "Well, don't sell it. Is the word brocade only worth 1 silver coin?" Miss Meng looked at Nian Bing with a complicated expression and stopped him from continuing to cut the cucumbers. Nian Bing smiled and put down the kitchen knife in his hand. "Then am I still an idiot in cooking? I don't know if I have passed the test?" Miss Meng nodded her head and said, "Come with me. Everyone, I'm sorry. This is a new student of our cooking department. Sorry to disturb everyone's meal." After that, she took Nian Bing to the back. Passing through the busy kitchen, Miss Meng directly took Nian Bing to the back courtyard. "Who did you learn the word brocade from?" Miss Meng's tone was somewhat hurried. Nian Bing said, "An old man taught me. I don't know what his name is. After teaching me knife skills for a few days, he left." Miss Meng's big eyes widened even more. "What did you say? Only a few days? Do you think I am a fool? Ordinary people practice the word brocade. Without the guidance of a famous teacher, it is impossible to have any results even after decades. Who did you learn your knife skills from?" Nian Bing said indifferently, "Miss Meng, don't you think you are asking too much? Who I learned the knife skills from is my secret. I came to the cooking department to attend classes, not to be examined by you." Miss Meng's anxious expression calmed down a bit. She nodded her head and said, "I'm sorry, it was my fault to look down on you before. I apologize to you." After that, she bowed slightly to Nian Bing. Nian Bing wanted to help her, but she remembered that men and women were different. She raised her hands in the air. "Miss Meng, you don't have to be polite. From your dexterous hands, you should also be good at knife skills. If there is a chance, we can learn more from each other. The reason I'm here is to deepen my skills." The coldness in Miss Meng's eyes weakened a bit and said, "Let's go. I will take you to the school to register. Our cooking department also has various courses. I will recommend you to the dean." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Then I will trouble Miss Meng. I also hope to learn more knowledge here." Miss Meng nodded her head. She was obviously much more polite to Nian Bing. "Please follow me." The two people left the restaurant from the backyard. Under her guidance, they walked towards the back. When Nian Bing really arrived at Lanming Academy, the surprise in his heart was difficult to hide. Rather than calling it an academy, it was better to call it a small city. The walls surrounding the academy were actually 5 meters wide and 10 meters high. Even the guards at the entrance were wearing the standard military uniform of the Ottoman Empire. Only the huge plaque hanging on the top floor of the entrance could tell that this was an academy. Miss Meng looked at Nian Bing's almost idiotic expression and couldn't help but laugh. She, who was always cold, suddenly laughed. Like a spring breeze thawing ice, she attracted Nian Bing's gaze. She said, "Lanming Academy has a long history. It is one of the oldest academies in the Yangon continent. Our academy occupies a third of Lanming Academy's area. It can be said to be a city within a city. The walls you see are the works of the academy's architecture students. It involves the defense system, drainage system, counterattack system, and many other fields. It is said that the defensive power is much stronger than the average small city. The guards at the entrance are not real soldiers, but students of the martial arts department. The Academy's martial arts department is the most famous among the various departments. The dean of the martial arts department is one of the most senior swordsmen in the continent. He is ranked 5th among the top 10 martial arts experts in the continent. The attraction is that the martial arts department has the most students in the academy. They account for about 1/5 of the entire academy. From our martial arts department, many talents have been sent to the Empire. As long as they are qualified graduates, they will be recruited by the Empire's various knight regiments. They even have the opportunity to enter the Empire's trump card, the Silver Feather Knight Regiment. Nian Bing secretly praised the scale of this Lanmeng Academy, but the expression on his face had already returned to normal. He nodded his head and said, "The Academy's strength is really strong. However, I am not that interested in the other departments. Miss Meng, can you introduce us to the culinary department? Are you a teacher or a student? Looking at your appearance, you should be less than 20 years old." Chapter 48. The smile on Miss Meng's face had long since disappeared. "You've misjudged me. I'm already 22 years old this year. My name is Zi Qingmeng. You can just call me by my name from now on. Don't call me Miss Meng or Miss Meng. Our cooking department is one of the smaller departments in the school. Other than the magic department, which has the least number of students, there are only a little more than 1,000 people in the entire department. We're divided into 5 grades, and each grade has 5 classes. The classes are divided into passion for cooking, cold dishes, pastries, medicinal cuisine, and local snacks. Most of the classes are hot dishes cooking, accounting for about 1/3 of the students in each grade. As for me, I'm a 5th-year student of the cold dishes cooking department. At the same time, I'm also a knife teacher. So, you can think whatever you want. Knife teacher? It seems like she hadn't misjudged her. She was also an expert in knife skills. If there was a chance, she really would like to compare notes with her. Nian Bing thought as she followed Zi Qingmeng to the entrance of the school. When the 4 students in charge of guarding the entrance saw her, they immediately straightened their backs. Their eyes were filled with respect as they said in unison, "Greetings, senior." Zi Qingmeng only nodded and didn't stop. She led Nian Bing into the school. "Why do they call you senior and not teacher?" Nian Bing asked the question in her heart. Zi Qingmeng glanced at her and said, "Because I'm a student of the martial skills department. I'm also a 5th-year student. Naturally, they call me senior. Oh, I forgot to tell you. In this school, as long as you have enough ability to pass the exams, you can study several majors. Of course, tuition is a must. You also need to pass the exams." Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat. She felt Zi Qingming's cold aura and said, "I think you should major in martial skills. Is the cooking department your elective?" His eyes didn't stop on Zi Qingming's body. Instead, he looked at the huge field in front of him. There were at least a few thousand people moving around. Some were chatting, some were comparing notes, and some were walking. Thousands of people in this field, but it seemed very lonely. The huge field was paved with some unknown material. The ground was a dark gray and seemed to be very hard. Around the sports field, there were buildings as tall as 8 stories. Those should be the teaching buildings. It was the first time Nian Bing had seen such a tall building, and her curiosity towards Lanmeng Academy couldn't help but increase. Zi Qingmeng looked at Nian Bing in surprise. "How did you know?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Would you believe me if I said it was a guess?" Of course, he was just guessing, but his guess was well-founded. When Zi Qingmeng had introduced the Lanmeng Academy, she had first mentioned the martial arts department, not the cooking department. Moreover, when she was talking about the glory of the martial arts department, the expression on her face was clearly a little proud. But when she talked about the cooking department, her expression was much calmer. Nian Bing was good at observation. She could make the right judgment from the little expression that she inadvertently revealed. Zi Qingmeng didn't pursue the matter. The two of them walked through the sports field in silence. She brought Nianbing directly to the Western Teaching Building. When they arrived in front of the teaching building, Zi Qingmeng didn't bring Nianbing inside. Instead, she took him around the building and went to the back. The teaching building outside is mainly the teaching area of the several major departments. The cooking department is in that building. Don't forget, the dormitories are also in that building. It was a 5-story building. If it was anywhere else, a 5-story building would be considered very tall. But compared to the 8-story buildings outside, it really wasn't much. The entire building didn't look small. The students coming and going were all wearing the same dark blue uniform as the students outside, but the small signs on their faces all had the word cooking written on them. Zi Qingmeng brought Nianbing up to the 5th floor and arrived at the door of an office. She directly pushed open the door and entered. Nianbing followed behind her. Before he could see the situation inside, he heard a scream. "Ah, who is so unruly, coming in without knocking? Little Meng, so it's you. You want to scare me to death. Can you please knock on the door in the future?" Nianbing peeked in from behind Zi Qingmeng and saw a man and a woman tidying up their untidy clothes. The man looked to be in his 50s and was a little hunchbacked. There was only a circle of red hair on his head, and the center was bald like a barren hillside. He had small eyes, a bulbous nose, and a big mouth. Almost all of the adjectives used to describe an ugly appearance were used on him. What was strange was that the woman who was being intimate with him before looked much younger. She looked to be in her 30s. Her appearance was good, and her figure was not bad. At this time, her face was red as she tied her bra. Zi Qingmeng coldly said, "Great love sage, I've brought you a new student." The hunchbacked man coughed a few times and said, "You can call the shots on the new student. Why did you have to bring her here? All right, you can come in. Little E, you go out first. I'll come find you when I have time." Hearing him call out little E in such a coquettish voice, Nianbing really had the urge to turn around and leave. Was this the head of the cooking department? The middle-aged woman threw a coquettish glance at the head of the department, as if she didn't see the handsome Nianbing. She straightened her clothes and calmly walked away. Zi Qingmeng seemed to be accustomed to this place, and her expression didn't change. The hunchbacked department head coughed and said, "Come, sit down first. My office is a little messy." It was indeed messy, and not just a little. The entire large office was scattered everywhere, and there was even a small puddle of water on the table. But the air in the office was still fresh. Zi Qingmeng and Nianbing walked into the room. The department head cleaned up the table a few times, and then his eyes fell on Nianbing. "To be able to make little Meng personally bring you here, it seems you have some skill. Young man, what can you do?" Nianbing coughed, but still maintained a smile on her face. "I just learned how to cook for a few days in the past. I wanted to come to your school to learn how to cook." The department head's eyes turned to Zi Qingmeng, but Zi Qingmeng coldly said, "Don't look at me. Have you ever seen a person who only learned how to cook for a few days know how to cook? I'll leave him to you. Do as you see fit." After saying that, as if she didn't want to stay in this room for a moment longer, she turned around and left. Hearing the words "golden word illusion," the department head's originally dim eyes lit up. Golden word illusion. You know how to use one of the 5 famous knives, the golden word illusion? Nianbing looked at the department head's protruding hands and said, "You can say that. It's just that I haven't mastered it yet." He wasn't being modest. Whether it was the golden word illusion or the dance of the dragon, he still had a long way to go before he reached the peak. But now he wasn't at the stage where he could rely only on practice. Just like Cha Ji said, what he needed now was enlightenment. "Was it Cha Ji who sent you to find me?" The department head sat back in his seat, but his words caused Nianbing's body to tremble. With a faint smile, he said, Besides old Cha, I'm afraid no one else can teach a 20-year-old to use the golden word illusion. You don't need to be surprised. I really didn't expect that after old Cha disappeared for 20 years, there would finally be news of him again. You know my master? Nian Bing's voice was no longer balanced. The old man in front of her gave her an unfathomable feeling. The department head smiled and said, "Didn't your master mention perverted camel Zixio to you? That old man can't have forgotten an old friend, right?" As soon as the words perverted camel Zixio entered her ears, Nian Bing suddenly remembered something Cha Ji had said to her. It was an evaluation of the chefs of his era. In his era, there were 5 most outstanding chefs, known as the 5 gods of cookery. They had the nicknames of Ghost, Lie, Camel, Spirit, and Miao. Among them, the Miao god of cookery was the master of Ming Yuan and Ming Hui. He was also known as the immortal of cookery. He was best at small craftsmanship as well as making noodles. And her master, Cha Ji, was the head of the 5 gods of cookery. The 5 of them had gathered 3 times to rank. Those 3 times were also known as the most powerful peak showdown in the history of the cooking world. Ghost chef Cha Ji used his uncanny craftsmanship to obtain the final victory by a small margin each time, while the other 4 gods of cookery were only slightly different in ability. When Cha Ji evaluated the camel god of cookery, his expression was very strange. He said, "Perverted camel Zixio is the most unique of the 5 of us. That guy's cooking skills are not only brilliant but also strange. Maybe you don't believe it, but the famous dishes he is best at are all inspired by women. Perverted camel Zixio, perverted camel Zixio." Who would have thought that the camel god of cookery, who was ranked 3rd among the 5 gods of cookery, was actually the dean of this cooking academy? Nian Bing hurriedly bowed to Zixio and said, "Senior Zixio, so you are the famous camel god of cookery? This junior is really rude." Zixio said somewhat impatiently, "Enough. I hate these vulgar manners the most. Kid, how long have you been learning cooking from old man Cha Ji? Where is he now? In these 20 years, he hasn't been teaching at all. The cooking world outside has changed a lot." Nian Bing was sorrowful. Recalling his master's teachings, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Senior Zixio, my master has passed away. He died before I left. I have been learning from him for 8 years. Nian Bing didn't dare to forget his teachings for a moment. "Senior Zixio, since you are an old friend of my master, can you tell me who made the bet with my master and made him lose miserably and break his tendons?" Camel chef Zixio rolled his eyes. "Old man Cha Ji is dead? Good, he's dead. In the future, there will be 1 less person in front of me to suppress me. Die. Good, why am I not dead yet?" Although he was cursing, Nian Bing could clearly see that his protruding knuckles, which should have been extremely stable, were actually trembling slightly. For a top chef, this was almost an impossible situation. Tears flickered in Zixio's eyes, but he didn't shed any tears. He sat there in a daze like a statue. "Senior Z, are you all right? My master has already passed away, but when he passed away, he was very peaceful. Don't be sad." Looking at Zixio's appearance, Nian Bing understood that although the old man in front of him had fought with his master all his life, there was still a deep friendship between them. "If you're in trouble, I'll be fine. Damn it, old man Cha Ji died so early. I don't know how much of his skills you learned. If the ghost chef's skills are lost, even if I go to the underworld, I won't forgive him. Kid, do you want to know who forced your master to sever his tendons? Good. As long as you can beat me in cooking, I'll tell you. Otherwise, don't even think about it. I, lustful camel Zixio, am a man of my word. There is absolutely no possibility of bending the rules. I will first arrange for you to attend classes in the 5th grade. After a year, if you still can't reach a level where you can compete with me in cooking, then you can scram." Nian Bing respectfully said, "Senior Z, I think we don't have to wait that long. I will challenge you now. I hope you will keep your word." After you lose, tell me the situation of the challenger. Now, good kid, you're as arrogant as your dead master. Are you very capable? Didn't your master tell you what I'm best at? Camel Chef's voice was full of arrogance. Nian Bing smiled. Although Zixiu was constantly cursing Cha-Ji, he understood that the relationship between this camel chef and his master was extremely deep. Senior Zixiu, please forgive me for being disrespectful. At that time, this was what my master said about you. He said that lustful camel Zixiu, that old thing, other than being able to perform a few jade screen condensation and tearing apart the heavy eagle hand, his other skills were not worth mentioning. Furthermore, the creativity he got from women was not bad. Damn it, this old hunchback is much uglier than me, but there are still women who don't open their eyes who like him. To put it simply, he's a cripple's asshole, evil. Nian Bing completely imitated Cha-Ji's tone. She vividly described it, as if Cha-Ji had personally said it here. Hearing this, Camel Chef Zixiu's face turned green and red. Good Cha-Ji, you're already dead and you're still saying bad things about me. You're the cripple's asshole. You actually dared to judge me like this in front of the younger generation. Humph. Just wait for me to dig up your grave. Hearing Nian Bing's words, Camel Chef Zixiu immediately flew into a rage. He pointed at Nian Bing's nose and jumped up and down while angrily cursing. However, in the end, he couldn't control his tears, and they flowed down his angry face. Nian Bing seemed to not hear Camel Chef's insults. She lowered her head and said, Master said that only you can use the jade screen condensation, the last of the 5 great blades, to the perfect state. This is something that he can't compare to. The 5 great blades are actually not ranked first or last. As long as you can reach the perfect state, you'll be at the peak of the cooking world. He also said that your heavy eagle hand, which is ranked second among the 7 great forbidden techniques, is the only technique that can be used to cook dishes. He can't compare to you, just based on the subtle control of the power in your hands. You're definitely number 1 on the continent. Wiping away the tears on his face, Zixiu snorted and said, That's more like it. Even if your master was here right now, he might not be able to compare to me. You brat, you've only learned cooking for a few years, and you want to challenge me? It's still a bit too early. How about this? Since I know how to use the word embroidery, I reckon that I've also learned some superficial knowledge of the dance of the dragon song. I'll first learn from the 5th grade cooking class of the Academy's cooking department. At the same time, I'll be like Xiao Meng, a knife technique teacher. Wait until you can surpass Xiao Meng in knife technique and her brother Zi Qingjian in technique. Then I'll give you a chance. She and her brother have learned cooking from me for more than 10 years. They've respectively inherited my heavy eagle hand and jade screen condensation techniques. Although they're still a bit lacking, there are few opponents in the younger generation. As long as you can beat them, you'll be able to compare to at least 70% of my cooking skills. Nian Bing smiled slightly and said, Then I'll listen to your arrangements. However, I think that it won't be long before I can compare notes with you. Zixiu looked up and down at Nian Bing and said, It seems that you have a lot of confidence in yourself. Nian Bing said indifferently, As the successor of the ghost chef, if I don't even have this bit of confidence, then wouldn't I be undermining my master's reputation? When Jia-Ji had first introduced her to Camel Chef Zixiu, he had said that Zixiu was extremely arrogant. Unless she was able to subdue him in his field of expertise, he would always be arrogant and overbearing. Therefore, Nian Bing's tone gradually became less courteous. Zixiu stood up and said, You're already considered a student here. 1 year, 2 semesters. Each semester's tuition is 10 gold coins. Accommodation is 5 gold coins. Food is 5 gold coins, a total of 20 gold coins. As a guest teacher, your income will be 5 gold coins per month. I won't charge you any money. However, you can expect me to pay you a salary. As for the classes you want to take, you can choose them yourself. As the knife technique teacher, I'll let Xiao Ming tell you the arrangements. The first and second floors of the cooking department's building are used for teaching. The third and fourth floors are dormitories, and the fifth floor is the teacher's office. I think you don't need an office, so you can stay on the fourth floor of the dormitory. There aren't many students in the cooking department, so I can make an exception and let you stay in a dormitory by yourself. Just as Zixio said this, a deep voice suddenly came from outside. Second uncle, I heard that there's a guy who knows the Golden Void knife technique. Where is he? The door opened with a bang, and a tall figure burst in from outside. Seeing this person, Nian Bing couldn't help but jump in fright. This person was actually taller than her by a head, and his shoulders were extremely broad. When he came in, not only did he have to lower his head, he also had to turn sideways. The dark blue uniform tightly wrapped around his solid muscles. His skin was dark, and his short red hair was disheveled. His eyes were very bright, and although he couldn't be considered handsome, his resolute and sunny face easily gave people a good impression. His whole body was filled with power, especially those large hands that were like palm leaf fans. The joints were extremely prominent, and as soon as he appeared, he immediately brought a strong pressure. Nian Bing didn't doubt that his hands had the ability to tear her apart. Xiao Jian, can't you learn from your sister? If you're always so impetuous, how can you accomplish great things? Zixio said unhappily. The man called Xiao Jian didn't care about Zixio at all. His gaze fell on Nian Bing, and he excitedly said, "Hello, are you that brat who knows the Golden Void knife technique? I'm called Ziqing Jian, but you can call me Xiao Jian. Let's go, I'll compare notes with you. Let's see whose cooking skills are better." As he said this, he pulled Nian Bing away. Nian Bing jumped in fright. Her arm lightly flashed, and she dodged Zi Qingjian's grab. This was Zi Qingming's older brother? Heavens! No matter how she looked at it, they didn't look like they were born from the same mother. Xiao Jian, what are you in such a rush for? He can't run, and there will be plenty of chances in the future. You came at the right time. Take him to the fourth floor and find a room to live in. As for his lessons, let your sister arrange them. He'll also be a guest teacher for the knife skills class. Nian Bing, you're called Nian Bing, right? Go with Zi Qingjian. If there's nothing important, don't come looking for me. Also, in the future, you have to knock on my door first. Zi Qingjian excitedly said, "Uncle, don't waste time talking. Go pick up your girl. Leave brother Nian Bing to me. Let's go, brother Nian Bing." As he said this, he pulled Nian Bing. Thinking of what Zi Qingming had said before, Nian Bing hurriedly dodged Zi Qingjian's large hand. She bitterly smiled. "Big brother Zi Qingjian, I'll go by myself. I haven't learned any martial arts, so I can't handle being pulled by you." Zi Qingjian awkwardly said, "Oh, I forgot that you're not in the martial arts department. I'll definitely be more careful in the future." The two walked out of the room, and when Zi Qingjian closed the door, it made a loud bang. Seeing that his office door was on the verge of collapsing, Camel Chef Zixio unhappily said, "It looks like I'll have to change to a pure iron one." Xiao Meng disturbed my good business again, and Cha Ji's disciple actually appeared. From the looks of it, he should have learned some of Cha Ji's skills. It looks like the cooking world won't be peaceful in the future. However, it really is time for a new generation. Us old fellows are old after all. Cha Ji, you damn old geezer, you actually died so early. F***CK. Zixio no longer had the mood to flirt and sat in his seat in a daze. Under Zi Qingjian's lead, Nian Bing arrived at the fourth floor. As soon as Zi Qingjian reached the fourth floor, he immediately shouted, "Teacher floor head, teacher floor head." His loud voice shook the entire corridor. Coming. This is Zi Qingjian again, right? Can't you be a little quieter? Sooner or later, this corridor will collapse." A clear and moving voice carried a fragrant wind. When Nian Bing saw the floor head's appearance, She couldn't help but be dumbstruck. This was because the person in front of her was a woman, and it was the beautiful middle-aged woman from Zixio's room. Qingjian, what's wrong? You brought this young man here to look for a dorm. I heard a bit of what Xiaomeng said to this old man. Young man, welcome to the culinary department. Although she looked down on this woman, Nian Bing still took the initiative to shake her hand. Sorry to trouble you. The department head said that I can have my own room. Zi Qingjian said, Yes, you can have your own room. There are 2 beds in this room. Maybe one day I'll come find you to spar, and I'll be able to sleep in a place. Teacher Daji, please hurry. Daji smiled slightly and said, Then come with me. As she spoke, she pulled out a bunch of keys out of nowhere. She took one out and handed it to Nianbing. She led them along the corridor, and after passing through more than 20 doors, they stopped at a door. He stopped in front of a room with the words 4273 on the door. There aren't many students in our department, and some of them are from the city, so the dormitory is relatively empty. You can stay here for now. Young man, what's your name? My name is Nianbing. Thank you, Teacher Daji. Daji's gaze paused on Nianbing's handsome face for a second. All right, you can go in and rest. In the future, if there's anything you want to do, just look for me. Remember, the 3rd floor is the girls' dorm. It's a forbidden area for men. With a meaningful smile on her face, she turned and left. Opening the door, Nianbing and Zi Qingjian walked into his newly assigned dorm. The room was very large, about 30 square meters. There were 2 wardrobes, 2 chairs, 2 beds, and a table. The layout was very simple, but it could be considered clean. Zi Qingjian sat down on one of the chairs without hesitation. His heavy weight caused the chair to groan. Brother Nianbing, when will you let me see your brocade illusionary door? I heard second uncle say before that the 5 great names each have their own characteristics. Brocade illusionary door is an extremely mysterious knife technique. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, I only know a little bit. Brother Qingjian, from the looks of it, you don't seem to have a good relationship with your uncle. Bad relationship? How could that be? Although my uncle is much older than me and little Dream. He's like an old child. Aside from his bad behavior, there's nothing else. He was the one who asked us not to be so polite. Being with my uncle is much more relaxing than being with my father. My uncle is like a friend to us, or even a brother. Nianbing, you've just arrived, so you might not understand the situation here. You should have seen Teacher Daji in my uncle's office before. Don't think that she's only here because of my uncle. Nianbing smiled slightly and said, I never look down on anyone. Is Teacher Daji your uncle's wife? Zi Qingjian shook his head and said, No, my uncle doesn't have a wife at all. In his life, he's had countless women. Most of the female teachers in the academy who are somewhat beautiful have some relationship with him. Teacher Daji specializes in teaching cooked food in the culinary department. She's the #1 cooked food teacher in the culinary department. She came to the academy because she was convinced by my uncle's culinary skills. If you eat the cooked food she makes, you'll definitely be fascinated. She's taught me and little Dream many useful things. If you have the chance in the future, you can also learn from her. Nianbing nodded and said, I heard Senior Zixio say that you learned the heavy eagle hand technique from him. If there's a chance, I'd like to see it for myself. Zi Qingjian laughed mischievously and said, I've never been interested in cooking. Cooking should be a woman's job. Brother, I'm not talking about you. In fact, it's because of my uncle's heavy eagle hand technique that I chose to study culinary arts. You don't know, but the heavy eagle hand technique is the only one among the 7 great forbidden culinary arts that uses martial arts as its foundation. It can be used to cook, but at the same time, it can also be used to kill. Even my father doesn't know how to use it. It's my uncle's unique skill. It's a pity not to learn it. The jade curtain condensation knife technique that my younger sister learned from it is also very helpful to my own martial arts. I usually don't come to the culinary department for lessons. Most of the time, I'm in the martial arts department. Therefore, if you want to find me, you can just go there and talk to little Jen. My brothers all know me. No, I can't take it anymore. Brother, can you show me some of your skills first? I'm very curious about the word brocade illusion. My younger sister said that you were in a restaurant outside, using the word brocade illusion to carve cucumbers. Every piece of cucumber was carved into the word Meng, so I immediately ran over. Don't take offense, I'm just a bit rash. I'm very interested in things related to martial arts. Nian Bing smiled and said, How could I take offense? I just like to interact with straightforward people like Big Brother Qingjian. Looking at your appearance, your martial arts must be very famous in the academy. Zi Qingjian scratched his head and said, It's all right. I'm a heavy sword teacher in the martial arts department. If you're interested in martial arts, you can come find me at any time. However, you're already a bit old. It's a bit late to start practicing martial arts, but strengthening your body shouldn't be a problem. Your body's condition isn't bad. If you train well for a period of time, you should have some achievements. Nian Bing shook her head and said, No need. I'm only interested in culinary arts. Thank you for your good intentions. There aren't any ingredients here, so I can't use the word brocade illusion. Ingredients? Isn't that simple? Right now it's time for afternoon classes. Come, I'll bring you to the culinary department's 5th year class. There's knife lessons every afternoon. Didn't Uncle want you to be a knife skills teacher? You can use this chance to show some of your skills. Anyone who can enter our academy has some skills. If you don't shock them first, it won't be easy for you to become a teacher in the future. He was a person who acted swiftly and decisively. This time, he didn't pull Nian Bing and stood up to leave. Chapter 49. Lan Meng Academy. Nian Bing repeated these words in her heart. Looks like I'll have to live here for a while. Master, you refused to tell me who the enemy was, but as your disciple, how can I let go of my hatred? As long as I find out the enemy's situation from Camel Chef, I'll definitely avenge you. She forced you to sever the tendons in her hand, so I'll sever the tendons in her 4 limbs. Thinking of this, his body unconsciously emitted a cold aura. He, who had buried his hatred deep in his heart since young, treated his likes and dislikes differently from ordinary people. Everything was based on his own likes and dislikes. In front of outsiders, he was always kind, but his heart was like ice. Ever since his parents had fallen in the Ice God Tower, only 2 people had truly moved his heart. One was Ghost Chef Cha Ji, and the other was the beautiful woman who had gifted him the heavenly flower token. As for the others, they were just fleeting clouds in his eyes. At best, he only admired them. The 2 came to the 2nd floor. Zi Qingjian did not knock on the door and opened the doors one by one. After 6 consecutive rooms, he finally found his target. Nian Bing, it's here. Come, follow me. Saying this, he pushed open the door and led Nian Bing into the classroom. The classroom was very large, and there were more than 50 students inside. Standing behind the podium was a middle-aged man in his 40s. When he saw Zi Qingjian, he couldn't help but frown. Qingjian, what are you doing? Why aren't you teaching in the martial arts department? What are you doing here? Nian Bing's gaze fell on the podium. It was very large, and there was a wide chopping board on it. On the table beside it were some vegetables and raw meat. Below the podium, the tables in front of each student were slightly shorter than the podium. The things placed there were all the same. It looked like they had just started class. Zi Qingjian chuckled and said, Teacher Fan, don't be angry. Let me introduce you. Nian Bing, this is Fan Jian, Teacher Fan. However, he's not cheap. He's surnamed Fan. Healthy Jian. It would have been better if he didn't explain. His explanation immediately caused the students to burst into laughter. The expression of the cheap teacher changed again and again, and he resisted the urge to flare up. Zi Qingjian didn't seem to sense his displeasure. He continued, "Teacher Fan, this is Nianbing, a new teacher of knife skills. I brought her here to introduce you to her. At the same time, let the students get to know each other." Fan Jian looked at Nianbing in surprise. He asked, "A new saber technique teacher?" He was not the only one who was surprised. Before Nianbing, Zi Qingming had been the youngest teacher in the Orchid Dream Academy. The students of the Orchid Dream Academy were all very proud of themselves. Zi Qingming had been able to suppress them because of her stunning appearance, and also because her knife skills had reached a godly level. Now there was a new knife skills teacher, and at such a young age it was not easy for them to accept her. Nianbing nodded to Fan Jian. "Hello, Teacher Fan. I've just arrived at the academy. Please take care of me in the future." Zi Qingjian said impatiently, "All right, don't be so polite." Nianbing, "Hurry up and let me see your skills. Let the brats below see them too." Nianbing gave Fan Jian a questioning look. "Can I, Teacher Fan?" He knew very well that if he wanted to stay in the academy and live comfortably for a while, he had to show some real skills. Fan Jian was infuriated that his class had been interrupted. However, Zi Qingjian held a very high position in the school. Although he was usually kind to others, it was very difficult for him to hold someone in high regard. Therefore, Fan Jian wanted to see what kind of ability this psychic ice dragon had to be able to hold Zi Qingjian in such high regard. Nianbing made a gesture of invitation. "Since you are also a knife skills teacher in our department, we will be colleagues in the future. Please." Nianbing did not stand on ceremony. She walked to the seat Fan Jian had vacated and looked at the 50 students below. She smiled faintly. "Perhaps you think that I am too young to be a teacher, but I just want to tell you one thing. Age does not determine the level of culinary skills. As the saying goes, those who have achieved success first. If any of you feel that your knife skills are better than mine, I am willing to give up this seat at any time." Although his voice was very calm, the faint arrogance that appeared filled the entire audience. Of course, it was impossible to gain the approval of these students with just a few words. Nianbing's voice had just faded. Someone jeered from below. "Don't just talk and do nothing. Let us see what kind of skills you have to come here and boast." Nianbing raised a finger in the direction of the voice. "This student, please stand up. Stand up if you want. Do you think I'm scared of you?" This was a student who was not very tall, but looked very sturdy. Perhaps it was because he often exercised, but the muscles on his body swelled up the academy uniform. His dark red short hair stood up like a porcupine, and his face was full of disdain. He clearly did not approve of this young teacher, Nianbing. Zi Qingjian jokingly scolded, "Dun Zi, it's you again." It seemed that he was very familiar with this student. The student called Dun Zi chuckled. "Brother Jian, I'm not convinced. Could it be that he has Sister Ming's skill?" Zi Qingjian snorted. "Just watch. You'll know very soon. Little Meng views Nianbing as her greatest competitor. You stinking brat, you don't attend class properly all day. You only know how to go around causing trouble for your teacher. Wait until my heavy sword class tomorrow. I'll have a good spar with you." Dun Zi jumped in fright. He hurriedly waved his hands. Forget it. I admit that you can insta-kill me, okay? Brother Jian, you're the person I admire the most in the academy other than the principal. Can you bear to hurt my young body?" The classroom was once again filled with roaring laughter. Dun Zi, who used the word young to describe himself, put on a bashful expression. Everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. The only one who didn't laugh was Nianbing. When the laughter stopped, he picked up the kitchen knife on the table and compared it with his hand. Although this knife was far inferior to his own proud sky, it was still much better than the one in the restaurant. "Dun Zi, right?" Dun Zi snorted. He stuck out his firm chest and said, "That's right. How about it? Cut me with the knife. You really might not be able to cut me." Nian Bing faintly smiled. He said, I'm a cooking teacher. I'm not a martial arts teacher. Since you asked for someone to cut you, I think that Brother Qingjian will fulfill your wish tomorrow. I told you to stand up because I want to know your name. Well, I know you're not convinced. Maybe most of you are older than me. As long as one of you can repeat the knife skill that I'm about to complete, I'll immediately worship him as my teacher. Otherwise, you'll have to call me teacher in the future. Remember my name. I'm Nian Bing. As he said, he picked up a relatively large carrot with his left hand. All the students, including Dun Zi, looked at Nian Bing. They all wanted to see, what ability did this arrogant new teacher have? With a faint smile, Nian Bing's eyes revealed a faint cold light. The 5 fingers of his right hand holding the knife moved slightly. His palm stretched out, and the kitchen knife suddenly spun in his hand. With the constant rhythm of his palm, the spinning speed became faster and faster. Dun Zi stood there and snorted, That's it. I could play with knives when I was 3 years old. How could you want to be our teacher with such little ability? Nian Bing's despicable knife was still spinning. He looked at Dun Ziji. His gaze was like 2 cold bolts of lightning that flashed across the classroom. Dun Ziji felt his entire body turn cold. He couldn't continue speaking. At this moment, Nian Bing moved. He really moved. He spread out his left hand, holding the carrot, so that it was flat on his palm. The knife in his right hand moved closer to the carrot, but the edge of the knife touched the carrot. The knife spun so fast that Nian Bing's right hand brought out a shadow because of the speed. There was no sound of cutting vegetables. Everything was still so quiet. The knife kept flashing back and forth on the carrot. Even Zi Qing's sword couldn't see clearly what the knife was doing at that moment. Nian Bing's hand was very steady. The knife flashed back and forth, as if he was repeating the same action. He raised his head, no longer looking at the knife and the carrot, but looked at the whole classroom. What's the foundation of knife skill? It's stability. Without a stable hand, even if you can cut something good occasionally, it can't be called a mature knife skill. The key of my knife skill is to pick. If you have the ability, you can see it clearly. If you only talk, you'll always be mediocre. Brother Qingjian, this is the golden word illusion that you want to see. Hearing the 4 words golden word illusion, Fan Jian's whole body shook, and his eyes showed a light of horror. Nian Bing's hand that was holding the knife began to tremble strangely. The tip of the knife continued to poke at the carrot. The red bits were thin and even, appearing on the chopping board. His left hand that was holding the carrot didn't move at all under the light of the knife. The carrot didn't seem to need to move. Only the light of the knife kept flashing around it. At this moment, the trembling light of the knife was actually spinning faster than before. Apart from a series of afterimages, no one could see anything else. The knife flashed, and the kitchen knife stuck on the chopping board. All the trembling disappeared. Nian Bing's forehead was a little sweaty, and his breath was a little short. He slowly extended his left arm and presented the carrot in front of the students. Dun Zi, tell me, what do you see now? Dun Zi looked at the carrot in confusion. It's a carrot. The higher-ups told you to hold a knife and make holes in it. Is this your knife skill? Nian Bing's aura had already suppressed him, and with Zi Qingjian's deterrence, he didn't dare to ridicule her. Indeed, as Dun Zi said, the carrot became uneven, but it still looked like a carrot. There was nothing special about it. Zi Qingjian's eyes showed a trace of disappointment. Only Fan Jian's eyes flashed. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't confirm his thoughts. He looked like he wanted to say something, but didn't. If you want to practice knife skills, first of all, you have to train your eyes. You can't even see what I'm doing. You haven't learned enough cooking skills in the past 5 years. Nian Bing reached out his right hand and pinched the top of the carrot. He lifted it up, and his left hand also pinched the top of the carrot. His gaze swept across the audience. At this moment, his body emitted an insufferably domineering aura. It was a domineering aura that came from confidence. He shook his hands slightly and separated them. A strange scene appeared. The originally bumpy carrot naturally dispersed at this moment like a piece of cloth. No, to be precise, it was more like a piece of red silk. It gently unfolded without any damage. The originally conical carrot had unexpectedly turned into a piece of cloth that was 1 square meter in size. And on the surface of the cloth, there were 100 similar lines engraved. There were 2 words, Dunzi. Dunzi rubbed his eyes and opened them as wide as possible. This is impossible. This isn't knife skill. It should be magic. It must be magic. Nian Bing gently placed the red silk made from the carrot on the chopping board. Have you heard of magic like this? Nothing in this world is impossible. It just depends on whether you dare to do it, whether you dare to think about it. If you don't try, how do you know you'll fail? In the Northern Ice Moon Empire, there's a technique called paper cutting. After a simple piece of paper is folded, only a few small parts need to be removed. When it's reopened, a strange pattern will appear. This knife skill of mine is derived from paper cutting. It focuses on the word and perfectly reflects the picking of the knife skill. Carrots are a very simple material. This is nothing. This set of knife skill embroidered brocade can only reflect its essence on the soft surface. You're all still far from that. Teacher Fan, sorry to disturb you. Please continue with the class. After saying this, Nian Bing pulled the dumbfounded Zi Qingjian out of the classroom. After they left, the entire classroom was still silent. Dunzi rubbed his eyes several times, but the carrot in front of him was still as magical as ever. Fan Jian returned to the podium and swept his gaze over the students. Students, what do you think of what happened just now? Can anyone tell me? A student who was close to Dunzi said, Teacher Fan, I know. That teacher, called Nian Bing, must have prepared a piece of silk in advance, and then used a knife to draw a few strokes. Before showing it to us, she used the silk to exchange for the carrot. Bullshit. Which eye of yours saw her exchange the silk? Come over here and eat these 100 Dunzi. Let's see if you can eat them to death. Fan Jian was furious. You bunch of trash are usually so arrogant. What? You've seen her real ability today and now you're slandering her? The carrot is mine and so is the knife. Teacher Nian Bing didn't know Dunzi at all. That vivid knife lesson just now was to let you know that there's always someone better. Do you know what embroidered brocade is? Who can tell me? The students looked at each other in dismay, but no one could say a word. Fan Jian said coldly, You don't know, right? Many of you were specially sent to the academy by various restaurants on the continent to learn. But with your knowledge, you'll never be able to reach the peak of culinary intent. In the continent's culinary world, there are 5 mystical knife techniques. In my opinion, the mystical aspects of these 5 knife techniques are not inferior to any top-notch martial arts, and may even be superior. Listen up, these 5 Tao techniques are Dance of the Dragon Sepals, Sunset Glow of the Clean Flame, 8 Feather Court, Embroidered Brocade, and Jade Curtain Coagulation. And what teacher Nianbing used just now was the 4th ranked embroidered brocade knife technique. Although she's young, she's more than qualified to be your teacher. I admit that her knife technique is far from mine. I won't waste any more words. Whether or not you have the ability to learn true knife techniques from teacher Nianbing will depend on your own abilities. Class dismissed. Nianbing pulled Zi Qingjian all the way out of the culinary building before letting go. She smiled and said, Are the students of Lanmeng Academy all so difficult to teach? Looks like it's really not easy to be a teacher. Zi Qingjian looked at Nianbing strangely. Brother, I'm convinced. That move of yours just now was simply too mystical. No wonder embroidered brocade knife technique is always ranked above jade curtain coagulation. Jade curtain coagulation really can't compare to it. Nianbing smiled and said, Actually, I used a bit of a trick just now. This type of overlapping word technique isn't difficult. Every cut can be used together. If I were to directly pick out the words from the carrot, it would be much more difficult. This is only a matter of controlling the heat. You'll naturally succeed if you connect more. Indeed, although the effect of the overlapping word technique was very good, it wasn't the essence of the embroidered brocade knife technique. Just the number of cuts was much less. At the beginning, when he rotated the kitchen knife, it was to divide the carrot into layers like paper. This way, after picking out some key parts, it was done. It looked very intimidating, but this was only the foundation of the embroidered brocade knife technique. The most important part was the familiarity of the words. All right, brother, don't be modest. I'm going to find my sister immediately. I feel that her knife technique definitely can't compare to yours. That girl has always had her eyes above her head. I really want to see how she'll react when she finds out about your feat just now. Haha, brother, you can go ahead and wait for me at the Academic Affairs office in the main building. I'll bring my sister to find you in a bit and help you get your clothes while I'm at it. Without waiting for Nian Bing's reply, he ran off like the wind. Without the flicker of fighting aura, just the strength of his body alone made his speed terrifying. Nian Bing secretly estimated that this Zi Qingjian's martial technique was at least at the level of a great swordsman. Moving his hands, Nian Bing was full of confidence. His knife technique didn't deteriorate because he didn't use it often. Instead, he was inspired by the enlightenment he gained after leaving the peach blossom forest. Coupled with the increase in his spiritual power, it seemed that he wasn't far from the highest level of the embroidered brocade knife technique. Sigh, when can I practice the dance of the dragon's sepal to the highest level? That's really too difficult. Right now, his dance of the dragon's sepal only had the form, but not the spirit. Fortunately, he saw a real dragon that time. If he had the chance, he would have to practice it. Who knows, he might be inspired by it. As he thought about it, he walked towards the large field outside. Coming to a new place, he had to familiarize himself with the environment. He just didn't know how the communication with the outside world was. As soon as the war ended, he would immediately rush to Alin City. After completing Luo Ro's task, he would have complete freedom before participating in the new Magus tournament. As he thought about it, Nian Bing arrived at the large field in front of him. The entire academy gave him a very relaxed feeling, especially this large field. Looking into the distance, his mind became more open. The culinary academy didn't disappoint him. At least he met camel chef Zishio here. After he was fully familiar with the place, he would definitely challenge him. "Young man, are you new here?" An old voice sounded beside Nian Bing. Nian Bing was shocked. He secretly scolded himself for not being vigilant enough. With the strength of his spiritual energy, he actually didn't know that someone was right beside him. Turning his head to look in the direction of the voice, he saw an old man standing there. He had a head of long bluish-gray hair and was wearing a plain cloth robe. He held a broom in his hand and was slowly sweeping the ground. At first glance, this old man seemed a little familiar, but Nian Bing was sure that he had never seen him before. The old man's tall figure was already thin, but his eyes were very strange. His purple eyes were very clear, and there wasn't the slightest bit of twilight that an old man should have. If it wasn't for the wrinkles on his face and his doddering appearance, Nian Bing really couldn't tell his age. "Hello, I've just arrived at the academy today. I'm a culinary student." Although the old man looked like a cleaner, Nian Bing was still very polite. Jia Ji had once told him not to underestimate anyone, especially people that you couldn't see through. Respecting others was respecting yourself. Of course, if the person you respected wasn't worthy of respect, then it was a different story. The old man nodded and said, "I was wondering why I hadn't seen you before. It seems that you have a lot of things on your mind." Nian Bing was shocked. He had always hidden his true self very deeply. Could it be that he had accidentally revealed something? He said with some vigilance, "It's my honor to be able to come to Lanmeng Academy to study. The learning atmosphere here gives me a lot of pressure. I'm thinking about how to study better. I've made a fool of myself in front of you." The old man glanced at Nian Bing with deep meaning and said, "Quickly go and get your uniform. After putting on the uniform, you'll truly become a part of Lan Meng." Nian Bing nodded and said, "Thank you. Then I'll leave first." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the main building beside the field. As he walked, he could faintly hear the old man talking to himself behind him. The feeling of sweeping is really good, especially the rustling sound when the broom touches the ground. This is the sound of nature. The most basic work can bring me the most joy. His heart moved, but Nian Bing didn't stop walking. However, he was still pondering over the old man's words. What did he mean? Basic, that's right. How could I forget the basics? When I was learning culinary arts from my master, I had learned the basics for as long as 5 years. My master had even said that the time was a little short. With the best foundation, it would be much easier to learn other culinary arts. It was the same for magic. Magic power was the foundation. If I pursued magic arrays and magic scrolls too much, I might only be able to become strong for a while, but I would never be able to reach the peak of magic. Kitty's father had also reminded me of this point, but I ignored it. These days, although Nian Bing still maintained the habit of meditating every day, most of his thoughts were placed on magic arrays and his understanding of the same origin of ice and fire. No matter how good a technique was, it still needed a foundation. I understand. Whether it was culinary arts or magic, what I needed to do now was still the basic practice. Thinking of this, Nian Bing's heart suddenly became clear. He suddenly stopped and wanted to go back and thank the old man. However, when he turned around, the old man was already gone. Mysterious dragon's head and tail. This was Nian Bing's evaluation of him. When he came to the main building, he was just about to enter when he was stopped by 2 students standing at the entrance. They were not like the guards at the academy's gate who were wearing soldiers' clothes. The 2 of them looked at his clothes, and one of them said, "Who are you? What are you doing in our academy?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Hello, I'm a new student. I'm here to collect my uniform." The student said doubtfully, "Is there a teacher to lead you to collect your uniform? Why are you alone?" "I'm sorry, you can't go in. Whichever department you're from, have a teacher lead you to collect your uniform. Otherwise, we can't let you in." Nian Bing frowned. At this moment, a cold and clear voice sounded from behind him. "He's from our department. I'll bring him in." When he turned around, he saw the Zi Qingjian siblings walking over. When the 2 students saw the siblings, they hurriedly bowed and moved to the side. Zi Qingmeng looked at Nian Bing strangely and said, "I'm sorry, this is the academy's rule. Big brother is really too much. How could he forget about this? Come in with us." Zi Qingjian was a bit embarrassed. Nian Bing smiled and said, "It's okay. I was going to wait for you anyway." The 3 of them entered the school building together. As they walked up the stairs, Nian Bing looked around. He discovered that there was a sign in front of every classroom in the school building. On it was written the names of the classes of the martial arts department. Zi Qingjian explained to Nian Bing, "Because our martial arts department is the largest department in the academy, the main school building is used by us. Only the 8th floor belongs to the magic department. They have the least number of people, only 100 or so students." Magic department? Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat. If the magic department existed, then this Lan Meng Academy should have a library. If he had the chance, he would go take a look. "Big brother Zi Qingjian, is there a library in the academy?" Zi Qingjian laughed and said, "Of course there is. Moreover, it's divided into departments. Your cooking department's library is in your school building. Our martial arts department's library is the smallest because the teachers all say that if students learn too many miscellaneous things, it won't be good for their development. On the other hand, the magic department, which is the smallest, has a special library in the academy. It's very large. However, only the students of the magic department can enter. Looking at the honest and somewhat cute Ziqingjian, Nian Bing's favorable impression of him increased. He was now hesitating in his heart. Should he continue to hide the fact that he knew magic? Was there a need? If he wanted to know who his master's enemy was, then he had to defeat Camel Chef Zixiu. If he didn't display his most proficient magic cooking skills, then it would be very difficult to do so. Since that was the case, there was no point in continuing to hide it. In any case, he wouldn't be staying here for too long. Under the Ziqingjian siblings' guidance, he successfully received his school uniform and teacher's insignia. After leaving the administration office, aside from helping Nian Bing out of the situation, Ziqingming, who hadn't said a word until now, finally opened her mouth. Nian Bing, I want to compare knife skills with you. Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, I also want to compare Miss Qingming's jade curtain condensation knife skills, but I'll pass for today. I've just arrived here and I'm a bit tired. Once I familiarize myself with the environment, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Ziqingming obviously didn't expect Nian Bing to refuse the challenge. Her eyebrows wrinkled as she said, You're a grown man, are you that weak? Nian Bing indifferently said, I'm not like you. I've never practiced any martial arts, so why can't my body be a bit weaker? Ziqingming's purple eyes lit up as she coldly said, Are you still holding a grudge over what happened in the restaurant? Nian Bing shook his head and said, I'm not such a petty person. Miss Qingming, I wonder if I can be like you and take another course? Ziqingming was stunned for a moment and said, You want to take an elective? Obviously, she was very surprised, but she quickly returned to normal. Then, what do you want to take? As long as you have the ability to pass the test, you can take any course in the academy, but you can only take one course. Nian Bing smiled and turned to Ziqingjian. Big brother Ziqingjian, can I trouble you to recommend me to the magic department to take the test? I want to take the magic department as an elective. Ziqingjian said in shock, Brother, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Magic is extremely difficult to learn. In my opinion, if you want to have an extra skill to protect yourself, why don't you learn some martial arts from me? With my face, you won't even need to take the test. The teachers in the magic department are quite old-fashioned. You must pass the test before you can enter the magic department. Ziqingming said, Big brother is right. Although magic looks more beautiful, it's far worse than martial arts. I think it would be better for you to choose martial arts. Otherwise, unless you spend a lot of time practicing magic, you might be able to achieve some results. But if you do that, your cooking skills will be wasted. Nian Bing stretched out his right hand. You don't need to persuade me. In fact, although my main profession is a chef, I am also a magician. Look. A light flashed in his hand, and under the control of his spiritual force, the icicle staff silently appeared in his palm. Under the urging of magic, the surrounding air suddenly became cold. How is this possible? Ziqingming looked at the staff in Nian Bing's hand, unable to believe this fact. Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, I just said in the cooking department class that there is nothing impossible in this world. It all depends on whether you want to do it or not, and whether you dare to try it. All right, the magic department is on the 8th floor, right? Miss Qingming, I don't dare trouble you. Big brother Ziqingjian, please take me there. Chapter 50. Ziqingjian wasn't as surprised as his sister. He was a straightforward person. Although Nian Bing's knowledge of magic was also surprising to him, he didn't suspect anything when he remembered that he and his sister both cultivated martial arts and culinary arts. He took the lead and walked towards the stairs. Nian Bing was just about to follow Ziqingjian when Ziqingming said, I'll go with you. I want to see what level your magic is at. Martial arts and culinary arts have some similarities, especially Big Brother's heavy eagle hand and my knife skills. But magic and culinary arts don't seem to have any connection. I don't believe you're a genius who can multitask. From the first time she saw Zi Qingming, Nianbing had fully experienced her arrogance. Looking at her cold and arrogant face, Nianbing couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. From the bottom of his heart, he preferred Feng Nu and Longling's personalities. Longling was gentle like water, and Feng Nu was soft with a hint of firmness. They were both easier to accept. However, Zi Qingming was somewhat similar to Luo Ro. Because she had some abilities in certain areas, she had developed an arrogant attitude. For such a woman, Nianbing was too lazy to pay attention to her. He didn't talk to Zi Qingming anymore and chased after Zi Qingjian. The magic department was a unique department in the entire Lanming Academy. The students' dormitories, the teaching location, and the Heart Magic Laboratory were all on the 8th floor of the main teaching building. As soon as they set foot on the 8th floor, they could feel all kinds of strong magic elements filling the corridor. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the reason for the strong magic elements was mainly due to the relief carvings on the walls. They were very simple magic array patterns. However, in the center of the magic array, there were different complex symbols that represented different elements of magic. Surrounded by these symbols, a magic gem appeared in the center of the array. Although it wasn't a top-quality gem, under the effect of the magic array, the gem's energy could be amplified to display the effect of condensing magic elements. Such a strong magic atmosphere, it was comparable to the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians' Guild. Nianbing sighed in his heart. Even in the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians' Guild, there weren't such relief carvings. It wasn't because of the difficulty of making the embossments, but because the guild simply didn't have the financial resources to purchase a large number of magic gemstones. Just like what Longling said, money was the biggest obstacle to the development of the Guild of Magic. Every time I come to this place, I feel a bit oppressed, but those mages seem to enjoy it a lot. Zi Qingjian said with some dissatisfaction. Repressed? Realization dawned on Nianbing. She guessed that it was because the density of mana here was too high. People who weren't magicians would naturally feel oppressed under the pressure of the various magic elements. If they could practice magic here, it would indeed be very beneficial for magicians. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the magic department's 3rd classroom, scaring Nianbing. Although the sound was very loud, it didn't cause any tremors. Idiot! How did you train your magic control? He couldn't even control bursting flames. Do you want to blow up everyone here? An angry roar sounded. The loud and clear voice was completely comparable to Zi Qingjian's. Zi Qingjian stopped in his tracks and whispered to Nianbing, I don't know which student is unlucky again. This voice belongs to the head of the magic department. He's known as the most powerful archmage in history. Whether or not you can enter the magic department depends on whether or not you can pass his test. The most powerful archmage in history? Isn't he a magister? No matter how strong an archmage is, they can't compare to a magister. Nianbing looked at Zi Qingjian in confusion. Zi Qingjian shrugged his broad shoulders. I don't know either. You'll have to ask him yourself. I don't understand magic. In any case, his title is recognized by the entire continent. He didn't call himself that. Who's making a ruckus outside and disturbing my class? Amidst the angry roar, a fist-sized fireball flew out of the window, drawing a beautiful arc as it accurately landed on Zi Qingjian's head. The fireball's sudden arrival gave Zi Qingjian a fright. He was just about to urge his dou qi to block it when a ball of blue light blocked his path. Nianbing waved her right hand forward. The icicle staff in her hand carried a dense ice element as it touched the fist-sized fireball. Her entire body trembled slightly, and the fireball disappeared with a slight tremor. Nianbing was also shaken back a step. He had always boasted that his control over magic was far superior to his peers, but that fireball just now had several special characteristics that normal fireballs didn't have. It seemed to change according to the person's will. A first-level spell, when it came into contact with his icicle staff, actually produced a sticky and explosive effect. When it stuck to his staff, it suddenly exploded. Although its power was still a first-level spell, the instant it exploded, it split into 3 stages. The force of the explosion should have spread out in all directions, but it actually concentrated in one direction, causing the ice spell that he was so confident in to take a step back. It was also a first-level spell, but he was already at a disadvantage. If this had been a high-level spell, he was afraid that he would have had a hard time blocking it. Nian Bing immediately put away his arrogance after he figured out the reason why he had been pushed back. Zi Qingjian said loudly, "Director, hey, it's me. Why did you attack without distinguishing between right and wrong?" As he spoke, he pushed open the classroom door and looked inside unhappily. Zi Qingjian's figure was really too tall. Standing behind him, Nian Bing couldn't see anything. She only heard the voice from the classroom from before say, "It's little Purple. Who told you to sneak around and disturb my class? Can't you find me when I don't have class? You wait outside first. Wait until I'm done with class." Zi Qingjian said, "Sorry to disturb you. I'll wait outside for you." Finished speaking, he quickly left. As he left the classroom, Nian Bing could faintly see that this was a very large classroom. There were at least 100 people sitting inside. It seemed that all the students of the magic department were inside. From Zi Qingjian's attitude towards Director He, it could be seen that this director of the magic department had a very high position in the academy. Closing the classroom door, Zi Qingjian turned around and smiled at Nian Bing, saying, "Brother, so you really are a magician. Now we can only wait a bit. Director He's temper isn't too good." Nian Bing smiled faintly. "It's fine. It doesn't matter. We'll just wait for a while." Zi Qingmeng looked at Nian Bing strangely. "What rank are you as a magician?" Nian Bing said indifferently, "I don't know either. However, passing the magic department's exam shouldn't be a problem. Brother Qingjian, I heard that the Huarong Empire and the Qilu Empire have joined forces to start a war against Holland. Do you know about this?" Zi Qingjian nodded, saying, "I just heard about it yesterday. This time the situation is very bad. Right now we can only hope that the reinforcements from the Ice Moon Empire will be of use. I really want to go to the battlefield and take a look. However, the dean doesn't allow non-graduates to participate in the war. I'm also a teacher, so I can't leave. Warriors should be thrown into battle in order to show their true worth. After teaching this batch of students, I will definitely join the Empire's strongest Silver Feather Knight Regiment and display my skills." At this point, his eyes revealed a look of desire. He was definitely a warmonger. Nian Bing didn't ask any more questions. He wasn't interested in the war at all. The 3 of them waited silently at the door of the classroom. After a full hour, the magic bell rang, signaling the end of class. The door opened and the magic students filed out. Their clothes were different from the students of the other departments. They all wore the magic robes of a beginner magician, but the color was dark blue. Only their chests were embedded with magic gems of different elements. These gems showed the element of their magic. The students' expressions were very cold. Not a single one of them greeted the Zi Qingjian siblings. They all headed in the other direction of the 8th floor. Walking at the very back was an old magician. He had a head full of white hair and a wrinkled face. He looked to be at least 70 or 80 years old. He was thin and small, and his dim yellow eyes looked at Nian Bing and the others at the door. "Come in." The contrast between his loud and clear voice and his figure gave people a strange feeling. On the chest area of his red magic robe, there was a golden flame symbol. A fire element magician? "Director He, I've brought you a new student. He just joined the cooking department and wants to take the magic department as an elective. Is that okay?" Zi Qingjian said politely, "Elective magic? A chef also wants to learn magic?" Director Hay's dim yellow eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light as he stared at Nian Bing. Nian Bing didn't back down and looked him in the eye. Although he felt like he was being seen through, he forced himself to not look away. Director Hay's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Then let's try. Kid, were you the one who blocked my fireball technique? Nian Bing nodded and said, "Hello, Director Hay." Director Hay's gaze swept over the Zi Qingjian siblings and said, "You too can leave. He can stay by himself." Zi Qingjian smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you. Little sister, let's go." Zi Qingmeng blinked her large purple eyes. What surprised everyone was that the cold arrogance on her face actually disappeared. Her warm smile seemed to be able to warm all coldness. She walked to Director Hay's side and took the initiative to hold his skinny arm. "Uncle Hay, I want to see your test on him. Is it okay? Please let me and my brother stay." Director Hay's face revealed a trace of a smile. "You little girl are really clingy. You don't study magic, so what's the use of seeing it?" Although he didn't agree, his tone had already softened a lot. "No, I just want to see. Uncle Hay, at worst I'll make you a delicious meal to compensate you. Don't you like to drink? Tonight I'll make some dishes to go with the wine for you." "Okay, if you want to see, then go ahead." Director Hay somewhat helplessly looked at the beauty who was half a head taller than him. Nian Bing said, "Director Hay, then how do you want to test me?" Director Hay glanced at the icicle staff in Nian Bing's hand and said, "You're an ice magician. That's good. As long as you can use a second rank magic to break my first rank fire spell, then you pass." As he said that, he raised his withered left hand and a dark red flame rose up. It was indeed just an ordinary fire spell. Nian Bing didn't think that this test was easy. The higher the level of a spell, the greater the difference between a high-tier spell and a low-tier spell. Although there was a difference between a Tier 2 spell and a Tier 1 spell, it couldn't compare to a high-tier spell. He had already tested the magic shooter's control over his spells. It definitely wasn't as easy as it seemed to be to use a Tier 2 ice spell to break through his Tier 1 fire spell. Without saying anything, Nian Bing raised the icicle staff in her hand and observed her surroundings. She had already thought of a good method. The faint blue light gradually became brighter, and under the influence of a deep and rhythmic incantation, second-rank ice bullets continuously formed in front of Nian Bing. She didn't rush to attack, but continued to condense ice bullets. "Kid, if you use Ice Bullet Rain, then it will be a third-rank spell." Director Hay, reminded Nian Bing, said. Nian Bing smiled faintly. "As long as I don't attack together, it won't be considered Ice Bullet Rain." At this time, dozens of ice bullets had already appeared in front of her. She pointed the icicle staff in her hand forward, and with a flash of light, an ice bullet suddenly flew towards the fire in Director Hay's hand. Director Hay calmly looked at Nian Bing, and the fire in his hand suddenly shrank to a third of its original volume. Just as the ice bullet was about to hit the fire from small to large, and with a puff it expanded. However, the ice bullet didn't bounce off as expected. The ice bullet suddenly stopped a foot away from the fire, and when the fire expanded, the ice bullet suddenly exploded, turning into a mist of ice that enveloped the fire. Under the effect of the mist, the fire suddenly dimmed, and just as it was about to be extinguished, it suddenly contracted and released, forcibly pushing the mist away. Elastic fire, your control of magic is truly admirable. Nian Bing's eyes were filled with respect, and the second ice bullet flew out. Director Hay's eyes were also filled with surprise. Nian Bing's control of the ice bullet spell had already exceeded his expectations. At this time, the second ice bullet had already arrived. Director Hay shrank the fire in his hand to the smallest extent and didn't release it, using the same principle to deal with all changes. At this time, Nian Bing displayed his precise control of magic. The ice bullet flying in the air paused 7 times, and then accelerated 7 times, constantly changing the direction and speed of its flight. Although it was only one ice bullet, it gave off a feeling of infinite change. The distance was getting closer and closer, and when the ice bullet suddenly accelerated and rushed to a meter in front of Director Hay, it suddenly underwent a huge change. The entire ice bullet was instantly compressed into an ice needle and shot towards Director Hay's forehead at 3 times the speed of before, completely ignoring the fire in his hand. With a distance of 1 meter, there was very little room for Director Hay to dodge the ice needle. The strength of a magician's magic could only be seen in a crisis. A layer of pale yellow light enveloped Director Hay's face, turning his skin into an earthy yellow. However, this strange magic that suddenly appeared was not attacked by the ice needle. The moment the ice needle was about to hit Director Hay, it suddenly exploded, turning into a mist of ice that blocked his vision. Director Hay thought to himself that this was bad, but before he could react, his left hand shook, and the fireball had already disappeared in the perception of his spiritual power. The mist of ice dissipated, and Director Hay looked at Nian Bing with shining eyes. What a good diversion tactic. You've passed the test. Nian Bing was currently staring blankly at Director Hay, his eyes filled with shock. Director Hay gave him a look, and he gradually returned to normal. He hurriedly bowed and said, "A 2nd level against a 1st level magician. This student won by luck." The change had happened very quickly. The siblings only saw Nian Bing shoot out 3 ice bullets, and the fireball in Director Hay's hand was extinguished. Naturally, they who did not understand magic could not see the mystery behind it. Nian Bing nodded and said, "Young man, what's your name?" Nian Bing said, "I'm Nian Bing." Director Hay said, "From today onwards, you're a student of the magic department. I'm the head of the magic department, Hei Yi, a fire sorcerer. Since you're an elective, you should come to my classes often. Qing Jian, Qing Meng, you two can leave first. I have something to say to this new student alone." Zi Qing Meng was stunned. Just as she was about to say something, she felt the chill from Hei Ye's body. She knew there was no room for discussion this time. She could only let go of Hei Ye's hand and walk towards the door. When she passed by Nian Bing, she whispered to him, "Coward, I'll always be waiting for your challenge, whether it's cooking or martial arts." After saying this, she recalled her steps. She pulled her brother away. With a bang, the classroom door closed. Only Nian Bing and Hei Yi were left in the large magic classroom. They did not speak, only looked at each other. After a long while, Hei Yi spoke first. "You've already seen through it? I really didn't expect that a simple test would actually allow someone to figure out my background. Your ability to control magic has exceeded my expectations." Nian Bing smiled. "Director Hei, your magic also gave me a great shock. No wonder Brother Qingjian said you're the most powerful sorcerer. What's more, your dual element magic is so harmonious." Yes, the reason why he was stunned before was because he discovered Hei Ye's secret. When Hei Yi was preparing to block the ice needles, he used ice magic, not fire magic. And the 2nd rank earth magic, 3 stone skin, could instantly make his skin as hard as stone. How could he be surprised that both fire and earth magic appeared on the same person at the same time? Hei Yi smiled indifferently. "The most powerful sorcerer. Haha, the most powerful sorcerer. I can only be a sorcerer. Do you think dual element magic is a happy thing?" Nian Bing smiled bitterly. "Of course not. Otherwise I wouldn't be bothered." As he said this, he raised his hands at the same time. An ice ball and a fireball appeared in his palms. This time, it was Hei Ye's turn to be shocked. "You? Impossible. Ice fire. Don't tell me you're—" Nian Bing sighed softly and said, "That's right, I'm also a dual element mage. However, I'm not as lucky as you are. Fire and earth don't repel each other. Furthermore, one is the most powerful defensive magic, while the other is the most powerful offensive magic. When the two are used together, you can unleash your full potential. But my two magics have to be vigilant against each other at all times. He Yi was the first dual-element magician he met. The reason why he didn't hide his biggest secret was because he wanted to learn some secrets of dual-element magic from He Yi. He Yi's eyes flashed. After a long time he said in a deep voice, "Which bastard is your teacher? Didn't he see that your body had two kinds of repents when you just started practicing magic? Dual cultivation of ice and fire is no longer a matter of increasing your strength, but it can ruin your life at any time." Nian Bing said, "Director He, this has nothing to do with my teacher. When I first started cultivating magic, I learned it from my father. I had always been learning fire magic there, but something happened to my father, so there was no one to guide me. I had no choice but to fumble around on my own for 8 years. During those 8 years, I accidentally learned ice magic. Although I realized that something was wrong with it, there was nothing I could do about it. My teacher also said that these two magics are very dangerous, but they can't threaten my life for the time being. You're also a dual-element magician. Don't you have a way to resolve the contradiction between ice and fire magic?" "Resolve? Resolve my ass." He Yi said in a bad mood. "Some superficial magicians think that dual-element magic is very powerful, but they're wrong. Dual-element magic restricts development. I've been immersed in magic for more than 60 years. With my talent, I should have reached the realm of Magus long ago. But because of my dual-element magic, I've always been stuck at the peak of the sorcerer realm. Do you know why? It's because there are some restrictions between earth and fire. It's this little restriction that affects my ability to reach the peak of the magic world. Although I can reach the level of an ordinary magus under the effects of dual-element magic, I'll never be able to use magic above the 10th level. As long as a magus can release a forbidden spell of the 11th level, I won't be able to resist it. This is the sorrow of dual-element magic." At this point, his complex was already very agitated. Nian Bing looked at He Yi in disappointment. "Then my ice and fire are of the same origin. It's even more impossible to resolve the restriction. They're mutually exclusive. If I continue to practice, the stronger my magic is, the more dangerous it will be." He Yi lowered his head and muttered to himself for a while before saying, "Nian Bing, tell me honestly, what level has your magic reached?" Nian Bing replied truthfully, "My magic has reached the level of a great magus. My magic control might be a bit stronger than a great magus." He Yi's eyes were filled with shock. "A great magus? I wonder how you survive, so to speak. You must have some special method of controlling ice and fire magic. How did you do it?" Nian Bing did not hide anything and told Lin Li about his cultivation process. He could tell that the dark mage in front of him was a mage who was even more stubborn than his teacher, Longji. Nian Bing's understanding of magic would definitely be helpful to him. As a dual elemental mage, Nian Bing would definitely understand Nian Bing's difficulties better than Longji. Even if he could only provide her with a trace of a clue, she might be able to complete the fusion of ice and fire. He Yi's eyes flashed as he listened to the recount. Rotation, it's actually rotation. Relying on the centrifugal force of rotation. The two extremes of magic can be intertwined but not infringe on each other. Adding on the adaptability of your own two types of magic to ice and fire, you've gained the ability to fuse ice and fire. Just as you imagined, once the rotation stops, your body definitely won't be able to withstand the two stabs, and you'll definitely die. Who would have thought that brat Zi Qingjian would actually give me such a treasure? You don't have to learn any cooking skills. From today onwards, no, from now onwards, we'll study the mysteries of dual element magic together. As long as I can find a way to help you solve the fusion of ice and fire, I'll definitely be able to reach the level of an archmage. Listening to your cultivation method today has given me a lot of inspiration. It was the first time they met, but He Yi acted as if he was seeing an old friend. He directly pulled Nian Bing towards his own Magus laboratory. 3 months passed. Zi Qingmeng would often feel irritable during this time, especially when she thought of that handsome face. Originally, she had been waiting for Nian Bing to challenge her. She didn't believe that her jade curtain of condensation couldn't compare to Nian Bing's brocade void. Although seeing the red silk that Nian Bing had left behind in the culinary department was a big blow to her, she still felt that she had a chance of winning. However, this wait lasted for 3 months. Let alone a challenge, she didn't even see Nian Bing's shadow. In these 3 months, Nian Bing hadn't left the 8th floor of the main teaching building, not to mention fulfilling his duties as a sour taste teacher. As for the dark sorcerer, he hadn't come out of class since that day. All the classes were handed over to his humble teachers. According to the teachers of the magic department, the dark sorcerer was taking Nian Bing to do some magic research. How could a low-level magus like him be so important to the dark sorcerer? If one were to ask who was the most arrogant in the academy, there was no need to ask. It was definitely the dark sorcerer. She really couldn't understand what kind of magical power this Nian Bing had. Thinking of this, Zi Qingming's heart grew a trace of inexplicable anger. She slammed the counter in front of her, scaring the people around her. "You guys look after the store. I'm going back to the academy." Leaving behind these words, she walked towards the backyard in annoyance. All along, Teacher He Yi had been a proud daughter of the Lan Meng Academy. Relying on her extraordinary talent, she had obtained great recognition from her teachers in both martial arts and culinary arts. She had even become a teacher of the culinary department. However, the appearance of Nian Bing had shaken her confidence. She knew that before she defeated Nian Bing, she wouldn't be happy. "Hello, may I ask how to get to Lan Meng Academy?" A soft and pleasant female voice sounded in Zi Qingming's ear. Zi Qingming subconsciously looked up, and suddenly her tender body shook. What she saw was a stunning beauty wearing a blue shirt and pants. Her blue eyes were like the blue sky, her long pink hair like a waterfall, and her slender and well-proportioned body left a deep impression. Everything was so perfect, it was simply a perfect masterpiece of the heavens. Zi Qingming, who had always been proud of her appearance, actually felt a sense of inferiority when she saw her. "Miss, I know how to get to Lan Meng Academy. How about I give you a free ride?" An obscene voice sounded from the side. It was Li San-er, the one who had received a silver coin from Nian Bing. His eyes were completely attracted by the blue-clothed beauty in front of him. His Adam's apple moved as if he was swallowing and spitting. The blue-clothed girl glanced at the seemingly sluggish Zi Qingming and said to Li San-er, "Then I'll have to trouble you. Please lead the way." Li San-er excitedly rubbed his hands. Just as he was about to leave with the blue-clothed beauty, Zi Qingming's cold voice suddenly sounded. "Li San-er, you don't want to stay in Lan Meng City anymore. Miss, I'll take you there." Only now did Li San discover Zi Qingming's existence. He wanted to argue, but when he met Zi Qingming's cold eyes, he immediately lost his temper. He greedily glanced at the blue-clothed girl's beauty and then left dejectedly. Zi Qingming came to the blue-clothed beauty's side. She glanced at the red-sheathed sword in her hand and said, "Miss, you're going to Lan Meng Academy to learn martial arts, right?" "I'm also a student of the martial arts department." The blue-clothed beauty was stunned for a moment. She smiled and said, "You can say that. Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." Zi Qingming nodded and didn't say anything else. She led the way to Lan Meng Academy. The blue-clothed beauty's allure was too great. Wherever she went, 100% of people would turn their heads. Zi Qingming, walking beside her, could only serve as a foil. The blue-clothed beauty always had a faint smile on her face. Everyone who looked at her could clearly feel a pure and holy aura. They couldn't even think of profaning her. Zi Qingming's heart was extremely unbalanced. In Lan Meng Academy, she was considered one of the top beauties. When had she ever encountered such a situation? Now she felt as if she had become the blue-clothed beauty's maid. She secretly thought that no matter what, she couldn't let this girl enter Lan Meng Academy and surpass her. Now she could only hope that her martial arts weren't too high and that she wouldn't be able to pass the test. The two girls walked into Lan Meng Academy. When they reached the center of the huge field, the blue-clothed beauty suddenly stopped. Zi Qingmeng looked at her and said, "Why aren't you walking? If you want to enter our martial arts department, you need to pass the test." The blue-clothed beauty shook her head and said, "I'm not Lai Pian. I heard that Lan Meng Academy's martial arts department is one of the best schools on the continent. I want to challenge your academy's teachers." Challenge? Zi Qingmeng confirmed that she didn't hear wrongly. She frowned and said, "You want to challenge our academy's teachers?" The blue-clothed beauty nodded. She inserted the long sword in her hand into the ground. She raised her head and let her pink hair fall behind her. A light breeze blew, bringing with it a faint fragrance. She took out a blue ribbon from her bosom and tied her hair. She looked even more heroic. "I'll have to trouble you. Can you please call your academy's teachers out?"